me feeling like a firebolt high in the sky, looking like a thunderstorm. Boy, here we go, 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 go. You're easy to remember, so hard to forget. Baby, it's a coward way you strut. Well, how could I not worship every inch your feet have touched? Baby, run away with me. You kill it lonely. You make my eyes unsee. All the crazy. You make my heart believe there's only one of you, baby. Run away with me. Don't leave me lonely. You make my eyes unsee. All the crazy. You make my heart believe. There's no more clouds on the freeway. Now tell me you'll stay. Gonna now and last someday. Here we go, go, go. Rose bed, fancy hotels, girl, you know. Baby, run away with me. You kill it lonely. You make my eyes unsee. All the crazy. You make my heart believe there's only one of you. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Be like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move to songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Let's go back to the days, down memory lane. Back to the times when our life was a breeze. Feel the freedom again, my mind was at ease. The sky was so blue when we rolled down the street. So, hey, I just wanna touch your vibe. I just wanna touch your vibe. Hey, I just want a good time, good time. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. We're driving downtown, foot pushed on the pedal. Move through songs we play together. Feel like we're on holiday. I got a feeling it's a good day. Sun going down, living the dream. Everything's clear, but the lines on the freeway. Let's do it again, like back in the day. Nothing can stop us from living the feeling.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. In just a few minutes, we're going to have Fabian Liberty drop in. He and I are going to discuss the topic of it's almost funny. The topic tonight is why most of the red pill problems need libertarianism, and it's mostly going to be about the welfare of the people associated in the red pill community. I don't know that I agree with Scott, but we're going to discuss it. We're going to have a great discussion. We're going to, and it may lead off into other areas, but it's going to be awesome. It's going to be cool, and yeah, it's going to be awesome. So as far as DebateCon goes, I've got some things to talk about with Fabian when we get it when he jumps on, and it's there's some it's going to be very interesting. And, it's interesting. I find now that there seems to be like a delineation amongst red pill. We're going to talk about that too, because it seems like that can't even really define it anymore. So it's going to be interesting. Hope you guys enjoyed the music. It's all good. It's all good stuff. And like I said, waiting on Fabian to jump in whenever he is ready. I know he's over on his channel, warming them up, getting things ready to go. And on my side, I'm just chilling, man. It's a good night. It's time to chill. Just having a great time. So it's going to be good. It's going to be good. We will. It's going to be a great show. So do remember that, as always, the show is funded by my wallet, and at some point, we've been doing this now a year, and at some point, this is going to start, getting a little closer to self-sustaining. I don't know that it needs to be exactly self-sustaining, but it needs to be pretty close. So, but I don't know what brown pill is, but Okay. What's up, K2? Keep on trucking. I might as well go down the list and see who jumped in. I know Mr. Boulay was first. I saw that. I wasn't even really done setting up, and Boulay was in the chat. Then me, Damien was early. K2, keep on trucking, is out there driving tonight, getting the hard work done. Zach Diecast Mansour, good stuff. Good stuff. He uh, he misidentified the one vehicle as a uh, Jaguar XKE when it was in fact more or less a rendition, a hardtop version, if such thing had ever existed, of a Lamborghini 350 GT, which is a totally different car. And then let's see who else. We got Zach Diecast. We got Imperius is in the house. Imperius. This is just a show tonight. I don't know that we'll have a panel. Maybe towards the end, we'll see. We'll talk about DebateCon, Mr. Boulay. Smoking Spaceman's out in the house. Good to see you. Good to see you. Glad to see everybody. And there's a lot going on. I'm just gonna pop over to his chat. Just give him a little message there. But guys, it's been a great day today. Earlier, had a really good discussion with Gimpy regarding all things conservative and what's going on politically and that sort of thing. So it's very interesting to me. All of this stuff is very interesting to me. What's up, Ghost 1978? Good to see you out in the chat tonight. I'm hoping that it's a great show. I really am. Yeah, the Lambo 350 GT looks like that if it had a top and the headlights were a little different, but it was very low. Obviously the side vents are from a Ferrari of some kind, probably a GT 250 Lusso, something like that. But yeah, AI does weird stuff, man. AI does weird stuff. So it's it's gonna be a good time. We're gonna have a great show, guys. We're gonna have a great show. Of course, I have Scott. So I never did get to talk about debt or why debt is not something you want. Yeah, the front is closer to like a later Testarossa or an E-Type for sure. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I think it just mishmashed a bunch of sports cars together. That's what it did. So, but yeah, good times. So I didn't get to talk about debt today, or how you manage debt, or why debt is like truly bad, why it's useful, that kind of thing. So, but it's all good. It's all good in the hood. It's all good in the hood. So one of the things, guys, that's interesting to me is the idea of it. Well, let me rephrase. One of the things I find really interesting is how different everyone's ideas of what different things should be. For example, I have kind of an idea what I think DebateCon should look like, and so does, for example, so does James. Now, James's idea is more important than my idea because it's actually James's thing. It's what he, it's literally it's his toy, right? Like it's his business, not mine. So that's interesting, right? And but I do have a very like reasoned approach to what I think things should look like, and I'm sure he thinks his approach is perfectly reasoned as well. But we'll see. We'll see how it all works. DebateCon is going to be lit. It does look like it's going to be in Nashville. My internal, obviously everything I did with you guys showed that Nashville was kind of where everybody wanted it to be. And going forward, it seems like that's where it's going to be. K2 Keep On Trucking is sent in $5 for the grift. Serious note, when a truck goes to pass you and most trucks are governed and then you speed up and mess with traffic, you suck, PA. That's right. That's right. So whether or not, thank you very much, by the way, whether or not we actually do have I appreciate that, Silver Ogre. Good on you getting modded, man. Fredo Fonzarelli, what's up, buddy? How you doing? I saw your thing earlier about that you've got to work. Yeah, I think Nashville is going to be pretty lit, honestly. So I'm going to cam down for a second. I'm going to make some adjustments while Scott's getting ready. So just I'm going to throw some more music on. Let me find something for you guys, and we'll see what we can do here. Where is a good one? There we go. Give me one second.
You seem to know something I don't. What's going on? Can you tell me what it is, please? I'm not that slow like you think. Strange vibrations in the room and I can feel it. I'm a hurricane, I'm bringing thunder and rain. I'm a hurricane if you get in my way. I'm a hurricane, always on top of my game. I'm a hurricane, I'm trying to get in my way. Oh, you rolling punches, I'm catching scars. I'll brush you off just like the dust upon my shoulder. I have a hunch of who you are. Believe it or not, I got the strength to blow you over. I'm a hurricane, I'm bringing thunder and rain. I'm a hurricane if you get in my way. I'm a hurricane, always on top of my game. I'm a hurricane, I'm trying to get in my way. Hurricane, I'm bringing thunder and rain. I'm a hurricane if you get in my way. I'm a hurricane, always on top of my game. I'm a hurricane, I'm trying to get in my way. I'm a hurricane, I'm bringing thunder and rain. I'm a hurricane if you get in my way. I'm a hurricane, always on top of my
All right. Okay. That only took a minute. Good deal. Had to change my. I think that shirt had just too much red in it. It was just jacking everything up, and I didn't like it. So just changed my jacket. Sorry, I'm getting blown up over here, guys. What's up? Yeah. Okay. Smoking Spaceman, appreciate the comment about the back wall. The back wall does look legit, right? I need to put the gray background behind it or something like that. It'll work better. That's funny. I like that. That's good. That's real good. Appreciate that, by the way. Thank you very much. Welcome, Smoking Spaceman, by the way. Good to see you. Scott should be in here any moment now. When Jack Cooper starts to sell their equipment, maybe I should get a couple of car haulers and hire a couple of people. Yeah, man, absolutely. I mean, um, I don't know about car haulers, but straight vans and straight trucks. If you know the business and you know how to make it work, I think it's hard to go wrong. I think it's really hard to go wrong. The Let me see what's going on over here. I may have to troubleshoot my buddy. Are you? Damn it, he can't hear me. Let's see. I feel like Scott's on his way in now. I just had to help him out. Fabian Liberty has joined. There he is. Look at him in all his majesty.
Oh, well, can I? You can see me?
I can and hear you.
All right. Well,
Well, now he's gone.
see you now. Okay, there we go. All right. Whew.
Awesome.
All right,
Very
now
cool.
your audio's coming through.
My audio is?
No, I'm saying making sure it is coming through. Can you say something for me?
Test, test, test. I was getting a little bit of echo. Hang on, stand by. I've got your window open here. Test.
All right. We're gonna find it. All right, hold on. Give me 1 second. All right, say something now.
Test. Test.
All right,
test,
there
test,
we go.
test.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no
I
worries,
did like
man.
a
No
Windows
worries.
update, and it like reset all my privacy settings.
That happened to me just a couple of weeks ago, man. Like, and it, like, and the funny thing was, is a lot of it, I didn't even notice it. Like, I didn't even know that that's what was going on. And so all of a sudden, it's like I couldn't make something work, and I'm like, "What the fuck? What happened?" And sure enough, it was OBS was just jacked up. So
Well, I only lost a couple of people through the technical difficulties.
they'll come back. How you been, Scott? It's been a while.
I've been doing all right. I didn't go to the last Prime Cause because one, he didn't have
You were smart.
Two, I was exhausted.
Dude, you were so smart to do that. It was horrible.
Well, I was just exhausted, brother. I was just.
Well, I mean, that was a good time to be exhausted because it sucked.
Well,
Like
did it suck because it sucked, or did it suck because I wasn't there?
No, you would have hated it. You would have raged. You would have raged. You would have. I mean, and I don't normally say this about you, Scott, because I consider you to be a fairly even-tempered human being, but you would have lost your shit.
Well, like,
it was terrible. It was iCow kept wanting to lead it into an anti-Trump debate or subject matter. I would reel him back and say, no, this has nothing to do with that. Just, let's stay on topic. Let's stay, focus on this. Mm-hmm. Everybody agreed on and it just became, it was boring as fuck. It just was bad. Just bad. All bad. No good.
Well, it's like, I had said something to I had said something before and I was like, look, people are like, oh, well, you just freak out on people that disagree with you and blah, blah, blah. And like people that, you have ideological differences on, etc. And it's like, dude, go watch me on Midwestern Marks. Okay. I don't get mad at people that disagree with me, dude. I can talk rationally and calmly and like have like a great conversation with full blown tankies. Perfectly fine. It's like, I get mad when like this, like the debate bro-y internet kind of like desperately seeking a win kind of like mid-wit talking point crowd starts trying to like bully me into saying something or something. Then I'm like, dude, shut the fuck up. Like what you're saying is like, I get mad at the stupidity of certain things. So like, yeah, no, like I have been known to lose my temper before. I won't deny that, but like, but I usually do it for good reason.
Yeah, but
At
I
least I
mean,
hope I do.
well, look, last night it was just, I mean, not last night, Monday night, terrible. I left early. I was just like, this is boring. I'm
I
going to
should be
go,
back.
gonna, uh, yeah, I'm out. Like, I got to go do something else because it was just terrible.
I mean,
Yeah.
like part of the thing is like it's roll of the dice whenever you do a panel, that it just becomes like an entertainment slop fest of chaos. And
Mhm.
like if I feel like sometimes if you go in with that mindset that like I might roll snake eyes, and if I do, you just embrace it because you kind of know that going in, then it's like I feel like it's less frustrating.
Yep. All right. So I agree. But would you agree with me as well that you can go into a panel that you know is going to be slanted in one direction or the other, and but it'll also be really boring, and you can kind of deal with a boring topic and then push or bait people to go in a direction you want to go to liven it up or to make it more entertaining for yourself. Um, you know, y- I mean, can we agree on that? Because that's exactly kind of where I was, right? Like I wanted to, I kept trying to move it into a specific um, kind of talking point, but
Mhm.
they just weren't having it. They just, it basically boiled down to all the leftists and semi-leftists just kind of agreeing with each other and being very placated. So,
Yeah, I mean, so that's the difference between a good and a bad moderator, but it's also the difference between understanding what you're there for, right? You know what I mean? Like I was talking to Rob Noor about this not too long ago, and he was talking about Wick panels. And I was like, and he's like,
yes,
oh,
I saw that.
He's like, Wick's a terrible moderator. I'm like, no, he's not. It's like, but if you're going into a Wick panel to have like a deep conversation about one topic because you have like an hour or two to talk about this topic, you're at the wrong panel. That's not what
Sure.
Wick's trying to do. And that doesn't make Wick like an evil person, or maybe it does, but it doesn't make him an idiot or a bad moderator, right? Like it just means that he understands what his show is. His show
Right.
is to clip farm, to like get a little bit of back and forth. And then when things get into the weeds, and he starts to lose the kind of the low IQ people or the people with a low attention span, because they're there for their reality TV, right? They just worked all day. They're not there to fucking like be like, and now let me pull out my notebook and really, okay, you want a deductive argument from objectivism for free will? Okay, premise one, let me write that down. Premise two, when it gets into that area, right? He's like, shut the fuck up. I have a question. Let's move it along, right? So it's like, but that's what a Wick panel is. A Prime Kai's panel is kind of like a blood sportsy chaotic panel, where sometimes you have really good information, and then sometimes Prime gets fired up and it becomes a 6v1, and like that, you just have to embrace that, right? And it's like, and for example, Dylan Burns used to do Hippy Dippy, which was like really popular in Twitch Plays.
Right. I've heard of that.
And like, and he said, and he always said, he said it to me behind closed doors and DMs, but he said it, constantly, out there before. This is a wrestling show, right? Like this is fucking, this is reality TV for young men. Like
Created
that's what
drama.
this is. Right. So it's like, if you go
Scripted.
in with that understanding,
Yeah.
it's
Not
not that
scripted,
bad.
but
Like,
created, right? It's not scripted.
I feel like sometimes maybe I can tell, I get this vibe from you where like it's not going the way that you want it to go. And it's just like, that's not what this is. This isn't like a 1v1 conversation. You know what I mean? Like this is meant to be fucking what's that movie that like it was like Birth of a Nation, you know what I mean? Like the racist characteristic of like what will happen with black people are in Congress. I don't mean it like that's black people, but I mean like it's Congress and it's just a bunch of monkeys dancing around. You know what I mean? Like that's what it is.
Sure. What I tell you what I find interesting, and I'm probably the only one that finds this kind of stuff interesting, but it's interesting to me how only very specific topics actually get talked about. If you bring up something outside the scope, they just push through, don't want to talk about it, it's irrelevant, doesn't
Mhm.
exist. And Prime is a very good example of that. You know, you'll say something, or I'll say something, or Lactoid occasionally will bring something up, and Prime will literally say, "No, we don't want to talk about that. Just going to focus on this. We're going to focus on this." I'm like, "But that was a great conversation to have. Like, we should be talking about these things." And I don't know. It's
Well, that's the thing about subjective values, right? Like
yeah,
you know what I mean? Like what value, what a conservative or libertarian values
hmm
finds interesting, right, is just going to be different than what like a lefty does. And
absolutely,
sometimes those are surprising. Like sometimes you're like, oh, you're not interested in that. Like, oh, wouldn't even expect that you think that like, because to me that's a big deal. Like something we really got to talk about, right? Like
yeah,
it's a, it just goes to showcase like the polarization, is along values. But it's been a fun intro. I when you said like, oh, I'm free, I knew that there was something that I wanted to talk about with you and potentially your audience, because I know that you and your audience have kind of already to some degree bridged this gap that I want to talk about tonight.
right, right.
Right.
Well, I mean, I'm interested in how you're going to frame this, because I have a couple of different ways that this could go when you told me about that. So I'm really interested to hear how you're framing it.
So we'll get into the nitty gritty, right? But
Sure.
I see a lot of red pill people. I see a lot of modern women, feminists, red pill podcast stuff. Like I watched part of that whatever podcast the other night. I think you were in chat for a while. Wanted to blow my
Yes.
fucking brains out going through that slop. Um,
Yeah.
and it's just so much of like, what's your body count? Oh, you're a whore. Oh, in what way are you a whore? Oh, look at how much of a whore you are. And then them being like, but actually it's good and I'm empowered. And now let's get your relationship advice, whore. And it's just like, oh my God, like, like why do we value these bitches' opinions at all on anything? But anyways, setting that aside,
Yeah.
I see all of these problems that pop up, and identifying the problem, I feel like, has been kind of the birth of the concept of the red pill, right? It's like recognizing that there are these problems out there. You've swallowed the red pill, you realize the problems are, but like the
Mm.
solution domain is kind of all over the place, right? From like the alpha
Okay.
dudes that are like marriages for chumps, get bitches, get money, to like the trad con people, to like the the people that are like, to the women that are pretending like they're not feminists and they're actually Christians, and then they're just like, men should lead, but I'm going to pretend like it's not egalitarianism is everything that I'm saying, and you need to do more chores for your one. Like there's a multitude of like solutions to this, and I feel like the red pill and a lot of people don't actually know what causes this problem, because when I try and find out what they think, it seems like they have this belief of like this genetic belief of like what women are. Oh, but like I'd like to get into it more. Yeah, sorry, I know I ranted.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me kind of let me frame my point of view on red pill and all of that. Right. So I think it's important for most people to understand that red pill's a relatively new concept that was labeled as such by Roland Tomasi to sell books,
Mm-hmm.
right? The concept in and of itself goes back as far as the 1920s and maybe a little earlier, but I know you can look back into old books about how men should be improving themselves and how women should act and all of this. But then you can get into the 40s and 50s. Campbell Loftmiller, The Worth of a Boy, talked about how young men were just mistreated fundamentally, and women were just valued more at that point in society, which is interesting because that was a very patriarchal time in our country. But again, young boys especially, were just not valued that highly. And so you can look, and then you can just keep going. So what Tomasi really did was
Boys have always been disposable.
Right, men are disposable. That's a great way to put that. Men are disposable. We fight the wars.
It's not like they're not valued. It's just that, like, if they don't bring anything, they're disposable.
Correct.
Like,
Right. So men
women
have
have
always
inherent
been
value.
disposable. Right. We fight the wars. We kill the beast. We, we go into the lion's den. We are disposable. Uh, so that, and that's simple genetic. I mean, that's just simple um, biological hierarchy. It only takes one man to impregnate 100 women, right? But if you have one woman and 100 men, the world ends. So
Yeah, I mean, like, it's certainly not optimal, right? Like, under no period in time in human history has it been optimal with, for, there's this interesting thing, like, that really gets overblown, right? When we start getting into, like, biological determinism, or, like, biological realism, that you see from a lot of these people, right? Which is like, they'll look up, like, plenty of fish surveys, or, like, online dating surveys, and then they'll look at, like, Aborigine gift giving ceremonies, and it's like, okay, well, the Aboriginal tribe is not very fucking functional by the fact that they're still an Aboriginal fucking tribe, dude.
right.
Like, clearly this isn't,
evolved.
like, right, you know what I mean? Like, what are you talking? Right, like a functional society throughout human history has not been one where a dude implants 100 women. Now, it hasn't been a society until recently where strict monogamy occurs throughout all of those things. But throughout most of human history, it has been a pairing between a man and a woman, and that pairing usually lasts 3 to 4 years until the child is relatively self-sufficient, and then if you want to call them high value men, would split off and have children with other people. Right. So it was a lot closer to 1-to-1 than a lot of red pill or, like, alpha guys, I would say more. Like, I understand maybe you're taking umbrage with the term
narrative,
red pill.
right?
I'm just using it.
Yeah, well, they need that narrative, right? So that's
they need that narrative because they're a bunch of fucking, millionaire or pretending to be millionaire grifters that, can't settle down and have a family themselves. So they bag a bunch of bitches and then talk about how
we'll get into that. We'll get into that. But so Tomasi, kind of condensed a lot of this just normal philosophy and normal things, because the descriptors are pretty standard, right? Be a responsible human being, get in shape, have a job, be productive in society, try and be a good human, read some books, educate yourself. These are all the descriptors are pretty much just fucking common sense. It's the prescriptors where things start falling apart, and where, to be honest, red pill is starting to lose people. And that's because, and that's not because the descriptors are bad. It's when content creators take the words and then push them into specific boxes, if you will, or representations to convince people that this is the way it needs to be, and why. The reason why is because you have this red pill writing, this book that Rollo Tomasi wrote, be a masculine man, be the center of your universe, have all women begging at your feet, so on and so forth, right? And in the meantime, while you're being a complete fucking degenerate, you don't accept anything but the best from women. Otherwise, they're trash.
This is where I want to This is where I want to actually hone in.
That's a huge coat, too, by the way. That's a huge coat.
What is a huge coat?
That that women, that you should only accept the purest of women, because none of those fuckers do. Most of the red pill creators, you can point to any of them, and their wives.
They love fucking degenerates. They love fucking married women.
Well, that's the only
girls.
To be honest with you, my personal opinion is, my personal observation is, and nobody's proven this wrong yet, is that it's impossible for a red pill man, a guy who actually follows those tenets as set out by all of these content creators, Myron Gaines, Wes Watson, Rollo Tomasi, just fucking pick one. These, these super masculine alpha dudes. It's impossible for them to actually get a woman, a chaste based woman. It's impossible. Can't do
Absolutely.
it. They fucking
I mean,
can't
it
do
was
it.
so like so one of the things that like I want to get into prescriptors, but like
Sure.
since we're in the beginning of the conversation, we get to descriptive because I think libertarianism is unironically the answer to solving 90% of the problems that these people have. And I'm not joking. Like I think people don't realize how the state, how child support is one that they do understand, but how social security, food stamps, and welfare have created the modern dating market that we have created the plummeting birth rates, have created the skyrocketing divorce rates, etc. But while we're still at the descriptive stage, right?
Sure.
There is this fantasy that is sold that is a selection bias from these guys, right?
Mhm.
Like they're chasing hoes and then think all women are hoes. And
Very
it's
good
like
point.
well, yeah, right. Like so like there's data from California, not the greatest piece of not the greatest thing to universally say about America, right? But there's early data like coming in from 2024 where it looks like women, Gen Z girls, like I think it's under 29, right? For the first time in a very long time, there's a larger portion of women that say, obviously it's self-report, so there's bias there, but that bias was there before, right? The bias might have become stronger, but I doubt it. That say, for the first time, yeah, I haven't been in a relationship or had sex with anybody in the last year. It's actually surpassing men. And so we talk about a male loneliness epidemic constantly. We talk about, Chad getting all the girls on Tinder and all this stuff. And like, what there's like a silent minority. It's not a majority, but it's something like 30, upwards of 30% of girls, right? Are women that have also kind of done what MRA did a few years ago. They've completely checked out of the dating market. And they've completely checked out of the sexual market. They don't go to clubs. They're not on the streets of Miami, begging in a skimpy dress to be interviewed by some street guy or to go on some podcast, right? They're in school or they're working on a career or they're neats staying at home playing fucking video games like dudes are. Like there are plenty of women that have found the modern dating market to be full of so many jaded, toxic dudes, right, that have like been fucked over too many times or are mistrustful from one scenario or another, that they're like, I'm out. And as much as men can talk about like the way that women can use them and why that toxicity has made them check out of the dating market, there is also something I understand, which is that men can fear their resources being taken, but there's not a lot of fear from men about violence, right? There's not a lot of fear. Like women have an extra layer of anxiety that men don't have when they go into seeking a new potential person to date, right? And when and that may be an unrealistic fear from what it is that they're catching, but it seems to be that there are a lot of girls that are like, yeah, I went on a date with a guy, and then all of a sudden he got real aggressive to like make sure I was a virgin or to like make sure that I wasn't one of these bad girls or something. And like the vibe was totally off. I felt scared. I was like, this is fucking weird. I'm being interrogated. And like that happened to me 2 or 3 times. I'm fucking out. Like maybe in a couple years, I'll get back into the market. Like, so I completely agree with you that these guys are chasing a specific type of woman. And then they're saying this is the type of woman that women are now.
Yeah, so a lot to kind of unpack there.
Yes, I meant MGTOW, not MRA. Fuck off.
I saw that. Let me back up just a little bit, okay? So first, I hadn't heard that stat coming in for 24 about women self-reporting. I think the most I don't think any of those things are accurate, but I do kind of think that the what's that app? Tinder. The Tinder like surveys that they did a few years ago where they were randomly asking men and women, how often this and all of that kind of thing. I think those were possibly the least biased.
I disagree. I think the exact opposite.
You think the
I'll
exact
hear your
opposite.
argument.
See, I think that you're more likely if you're already on well, first of all, you're on an app dating, so there's not a whole, if it's just random knowledge, I just think that people be a little bit more honest, but I could be wrong about look, everybody's different. I don't know.
No,
But
I think you're right that they're more honest and that the data is more likely to be accurate for the people that are being selected
Sure.
for, right? Because it's swipes. There's two problems with that data, right? Data point number one that makes the data wildly inaccurate in terms of being able to go to the general population is that there's a massive self-selection bias, and that bias is the only people that are on that are people that are on dating apps, and not everybody is on dating apps. There are a lot of girls that find dating apps to be full of gross guys. If you're a more conservative person, more chaste, lower body count person, you're less likely to be on a dating app. And so
I agree with you. But
that's one.
But again, it is bad. It's not the best data possible, but I think it is the best data we have. Right.
Well, it's good data for girls that are on Tinder. It's great data for that. But it's bad data to say that can then be generalized to girls in general, right? Because it's selecting for girls.
Yeah, I can grant that.
The second thing is that we know that a lot of girls go on Tinder specifically for validation, not to date. So they're not, when you said that there are a lot of girls we know that they're dating, there are girls that are going on there and they're only swiping right on super hot guys just to see if they match with super hot guys, just so that they can get the confidence boost, but they're in a relationship or they're looking to get back out on the dating market, but they're not actually looking to date. Seriously,
I can go along with that.
They're looking for validation. And so both of those things skew the numbers, in my opinion.
So I gotta, that's okay. Well, I can grant all of that. That doesn't hurt my point. At the end of the day, my interactions, having traveled the country multiple times, I'm in various cities. I've had employees of various backgrounds and all of this. It's not clear to me that whatever represents, because it is in LA, it is in a hedonistic part of the country. It is, it's a very interesting dynamic. And so it is exactly what it needs to be. And that is, it's an extrapolation and an inflation of what the rest of society is. And so it's so exaggerated that the smallest things stand out, where in my town, it wouldn't stand out at all. And you would be hard pressed.
The ends of the distribution always get more attention than the middle of the distribution, right? So it's like, the most violent men are the ones that are in prison, right? So, but I think like Jordan Peterson had talked about this plenty of times before when talking about like aggression between men and women. It's like men are more aggressive than women. But if you were to line up 100 men and 100 women, and you were to pick the man as the more aggressive person every time, you'd be right 60% of the time, but you'd be wrong 40% of the time. Correct. Right. So men and women are not that different in terms of aggression. But when you go to the extremes of what aggression is, all of a sudden there's this huge difference. You can see the same thing with like IQ, right? Women tend to be closer to the mean, and men, this is a variability hypothesis, men tend towards the extremes. And so women will say constantly, oh, well, women are actually smarter than men. And it's like the data shows that it's not statistically significant difference. And then some show a very, very, very slight higher IQ amongst women. Right. So we can extrapolate from that they're probably about the same, or if not, women are like 1 or 2 IQ points higher when a standard deviation's 15 points.
Right.
But if you go look at geniuses,
that's all going to be all men. But while that is the extrapolated, the exaggerated form, right, of what you would see on Whatever, what you see on Fresh and Fit, what you see on all of these.
Go to Miami.
Yeah,
you just go to Miami, LA, New York, Chicago. You're going to see the extreme version of that.
all of the red pill podcasts, which are and notice they're in Vegas, they're in these places
Right.
where this behavior is happening. They're not in Nowheresville, Kansas, right? And this
Right.
is actually one of the reasons why you'll have somebody, a streamer from Nowheresville, Kansas, come out and say, none of the women in my town are like this. Like even the town whore is not that big a whore, right?
Right.
And so,
Right.
and so it's
The
so
town
again,
bicycle has like
obvious,
20 bodies.
right. Obviously, there's a that is the extreme, and that is the example, and that is how, that is how people notice these things because it's so exaggerated. My problem, and I've always, my problem isn't with the red pill descriptors. I think the red pill descriptors are fine. I think young men need to be told how to be young men. Fine. And I think that the same thing goes for young women. I think I'm actually shocked that more young women are not kind of putting forth a meta or an ethos for beyond just either be a trad wife or whatever the fuck I'm actually really shocked that that's not happening.
I can tell
That
you
may
why.
just be because of the infighting that women typically have, where men are whatever team players, whatever, and we look for guidance. Whereas they don't.
There's a high correlation between personality trait extroversion and like these types of hoes with high body counts, right? So
Sure.
the types of girls that are more chaste, the types of girls that are more submissive, or the types of girls that are less likely to be involved in degenerate behavior, not always, but they tend to be more introverted and they tend to be less social. And so when you're talking about like social media presence, which is like that's selecting for the most extroverted people in a population, right? Like people that absolutely are like if you talk to a streamer, 99% of streamers are going to be extremely extroverted, right? They're going to be like 99% of streamers are going to be the type of person that like talks to a homeless guy. And then their friends are like, dude, why are you talking to the homeless guy? It's like, I don't know, man. Like, he seemed down. I wanted to hear his story, And then they're like, dude, don't talk to them. What are you like? Don't feed them. Then more might come. And it's like, well, if more might come, then I might hear more stories and I can learn about like what's going on and I can see reality, right? Like, so when you're,
it's a valid point. It's a valid point,
right? So when you're selecting for super extroverted people, you're not going to find a lot of like chaste, low body count, like this has become toxic. What you're going to find is you're going to find a selection for narcissism and a selection for extroversion. And so that's why most of the girls that are doing podcasts and shit like that are hoes, and or they're narcissists, or there's some form of like grifting feminist pretending to be a trad con girly, and then eventually we find out it's all bullshit.
Right. And yeah, okay, yeah, sure. And so the whole I keep going back to the whole red pill thing is a very small part of what we're considering to be the manosphere these days. And I personally am. There's a lot of reasons why the biggest issue I have with the manosphere is not even the content creators of themselves. I think they're idiots, and I think that they're not they're not worth necessarily taking super seriously. But there's some things there that need to be worked out, right? My biggest problem with red pill, other than the prescriptors put forth by the people who claim to be representatives of red pill, is that two things. First, it's exceedingly hard under red pill to actually be religious. Which I know you're not, but if you want to be a good Christian or good whatever, it's very hard to actually be red pill because some of the prescriptors are kind of counter to that. The other thing is that there's no red pill creator you can name me
Mm-hmm.
that that is anti-feminism. They have to be pro-feminism, because without feminism, red pill can't exist.
Mm-hmm.
Without women thinking that their pussy's free for all, without these women thinking that they're bad bitches and they deserve
Mm-hmm.
these high status men, without that mentality put forth by feminism, red pill cannot exist. And so you will hear red pill creators sometimes will call a woman a feminist because she's she's prattling, or she's, there's some weird thing, but they won't actually condemn feminism. Which is why it's interesting, because people keep saying that Brian at whatever is red pill. He's not. He's red pill adjacent. And he puts it to the test, and he puts it out there to see how people respond to it. He's not red pill. And Andrew Wilson obviously is not red pill. Both of those guys are, but
I would consider like the TradCon guys that kind of be like adjacent, not because I don't think
they're part of the manosphere for sure.
Right, exactly. Like they're offering a solution to a problem that has been identified by the red pill community.
Well, I don't think the red pill identified the problem so much as they make use of the problem.
Sure. I think that it's difference. I'm not making like a historical claim that like they were the ones that did it, because like what isn't red pill is like subjectively defined.
We all know that there's a problem, right? All they do is they say, this is my solution to this problem that you're having. Mm-hmm. And you may not even think it's a problem. You may not think it's a problem. You may think that it's great that, the whores stay on their side of town, right? I do, personally, I don't.
If the whores stayed on their side of town and that was all that happened, like, sure. But I think there are a lot of other problems like divorce.
Sure, but I'm being a little facetious.
Dating.
But
yeah, no, I was just, what you had said reminded me of a Thomas Sowell quote, which is such leaders, he's talking about race grifters, right?
Yeah.
Such leaders have too many incentives to promote polarizing attitudes and actions that are counterproductive for minorities and disastrous for the country. Right.
That's
it's
right.
Like the incentive structure of the race grifter, is the exact same incentive and structure for like I'm the alpha Chad red pillar that says fuck bitches.
It really
is the same incentive, because the more toxicity you brew, the more the problem continues, and the more you have an audience for the crap you're spewing.
Right. I even kind of have, to some degree, I feel like even the TradCon sort of descriptor is overused and often used in not in a way that people, maybe they mean it in that way, but it's not. There's 0 degree of accuracy. I don't even know what TradCon
every bit of this is full of. Every bit of this is full of grifters.
Yeah.
Right. So
it's all about grifting. It's all about grifting.
It is. So the thing that I wanted to talk about, right, is like, look, there are certain problems, and I was kind of, like the increase of sexual promiscuity, at least within certain domain of girls, right, which essentially renders them unmarriable. Now you can say that the promiscuity causes them to be unmarriable, or you can say that it's just a correlation, right? That something has made them the type of girl that goes out and has sex with 100 dudes, and like now they are unmarriable. And it's not necessarily having sex with 100 dudes, rather whatever it was that caused them to be that type of person. But that's one problem. Another problem is the increased divorce rates and increased single motherhood, fatherless homes, right? I think MRA, I'm using it right this time, guys, right? We're, super kind of keyed in on this one. And then of course we have birth rate declines. And I want to combine this with 2 other things, which is multiculturalism and immigration. I think all of these things are actually tied in to the same problem. And this is, and I think the real thing that people don't understand is that social programs can take generations before their effects start to show up in culture. Sure. And what most people have have completely missed the mark. The biggest reason that we have, it's not feminism, it's not critical theory in colleges, it's not dating apps. All of these things have an effect for sure. But the biggest reason that we have all of these problems is Social Security, welfare, child support. All forms of welfare have created the problem that we have now. And I don't know what percentage I could give it, but I want to say that it is a majority of the problem. And that's why I think libertarianism is the actual solution to this.
Okay.
I want to get your initial thought on that, and then I want to break it down.
Well, I'm not sure that I understand how those things are the problem. I mean, I understand that a lot of the things that the red pill rails about is this idea that if you marry some woman, she can take what you've earned away, which that's not actually true anymore. What I don't know, actually, I don't know that it was ever really like globally true, but certainly it's lessened. And I'm not really sure, like Social Security.
It's a legitimate threat for a very small portion of the population, right?
Sure.
Like it doesn't actually identify a problem with marriage in this country, but it does identify a problem with like dudes who are millionaires. Like if you're a millionaire, that's like a legitimate issue, I think. Ruh-roh.
You froze up there for a second.
So did you on my end. You good? Oh, there. Your audio's back. There you go. You good?
Okay.
Uh-oh.
I don't know what's been going on lately. This happened earlier today.
My broadcast says it's fine on my end.
Yeah, I think I think I'm having issues with my internet. I've got to figure that out. So, anyway,
are we good? Is your stream
yeah,
up?
I'm good.
So it's like, yeah, like I think it can be an issue for like upper middle class and wealthy people, right? But like what people don't realize is that like doctors don't, like historically, maybe in the 1950s a little bit, but like once women entered the workforce, doctors don't marry fucking stay-at-home moms. Lawyers don't marry stay-at-home moms. They tend to marry people that they went to college with, right? So like,
true.
Right, like when you talk about that are also engaged in the workforce. Oh no, he's frozen again. Someone said DEI internet.
That's nuts, man. I don't know what's going on here. It's crazy. I may have to go inside and see if somebody's monkeying around with the router. So
okay, do you need a minute?
No, just keep going. I'll check. I think I can check it remotely
on your phone, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So yeah, I do think that is a legitimate concern, like divorce and things like that. But yeah. So let me start. Do you want me to start with we'll start with the hardest one. Let's start with Social Security. Okay. So why is it my claim that Social Security is the biggest impactor for sexual promiscuity, the destruction of the increase in divorce rates, the lowering birth rate, and many of the other problems in modern dating? I think once I walk through it, you'll be like, yeah, obviously. So when we look at incentives, we understand that state incentives change behavior, right? Like if you make a tax on cigarettes, some people will continue to smoke, and then some people will quit smoking because cigarettes have gotten too expensive. Right? Now,
sure.
So there is an axiom or some premises that need to be true in order for this to be true. And I would say most red pillars are right about this, and we can start with that, which is women historically, genetically, and in most cultures have looked towards men to be providers, right? To provide for a family. This has been a multiple, I don't think that's a controversial take, right? Would you agree with me on that? That tends to be the norm throughout most cultures, most societies, that men has some level of a provider and or protector, but usually a provider role in a modern society, right? Like, if you're a Viking, you're providing and protecting. If you're, living in New York City in 2022, it's mostly providing, right? So long as we understand that women are mostly looking for men to provide and protect, what does Social Security do? Well, Social Security lessens that incentive, and it gives all women and men, but it gives men and women, but especially women, an out in any relationship. You see, before Social Security, what did you do? You had a large family. You had a bunch of kids. Then what you did is you raise your kids with some level of love and care, with the expectation that that your children were an investment in your future. And the goal was to build generational wealth of some kind, pass it on to your children, and then your children would take care of you. And then the children, when they would grow up, they would get to a point where they would have children, and then they would bring apart, because grandma or grandpa is, living in a mother-in-law suite or in a shack or in the same house with us. Not only do they exist as a means of being taken care of, so the family unit is together, but they're also a form of daycare, right? Which is becoming increasingly expensive. Which is another reason why a lot of people are, like the financial situation for so many people is stressed, and it's difficult to have children because how the fuck am I going to afford daycare? Well, if you didn't have Social Security and grandma was living in your house, or you were living in grandma's house and it was a big house, well, you'd have grandma to help you take care of the kids. Oh, well, you need a date night. Grandma's there. You have the elderly wisdom, etc. Once we created Social Security, we got rid of the incentive to have a large family and to keep our family members around. Instead, we have this wonderful thing called the nuclear family. Oh, it's a mom and a dad and 2 or 3 kids. We completely destroyed the concept of the extended family, where aunts and uncles and grandmas and and cousins had this sense of community, where there was a large family network of people to resolve issues, to talk to during times of stress. Like when we look at men, they have on average less than one friend that they consider a close friend. And when asked who that friend is, it's almost always their spouse. When we talk about male loneliness epidemic, it ain't dudes that can't get pussy. It's dudes in marriages that don't have any real friends anymore and don't have close connections with any of their family. And so Social Security took us from an extended family where we had a bunch of kids. The goal was marriage for kids. And if you got divorced or if you didn't have kids, you were potentially not only fucking your future, but you were fucking the future of your parents. Because I need to invest. I can't split up my assets from a divorce 50-50 and start over again. Like, our retirement plan isn't Social Security. Our retirement plan is family wealth that we have to keep together. Every divorce is a destruction of the family. Now divorce is a fucking contract. But before, you were fucking over grandma, you were fucking over grandpa, you were fucking over your kids. That's like you were destroying everything if you had a divorce. And so the incentive structure now is, well, we'll just put grandma in a home. Social Security will pay for it anyways, and whatever other assets she had. And so now we have this broken apart. Every level of the family is broken apart. I think that has had the largest impact on the birth rate, on seeking marriage, as opposed to this casual dating of building families, and then of course in the incentive to maintain the family. Society has taxed men to create a social safety net for women and have created a large have destroyed the incentive for families and property and wealth to stay together.
I like most of what you said. I'm gonna kind of pick through it a little bit. Mm-hmm. So first, I don't think it's Social Security in and of itself that's led to this dissolution of the family.
I'm using it as one example, but I'm talking about welfare as a whole. I'm talking about child support,
well,
food stamps, all that.
Let me give you an alternative viewpoint. So, for example, I grew up and I was dirt poor. We grew up dirt poor, and yet, and my grandmother was involved in the, with my parents because they actually had a little bit of money and they would help us out from time to time. But even at that, my grandmother never moved in with my parents, even when she got to be over 100 years old. She was still on her own.
Yeah.
That's because she owned the house. I disagree. I think the problem is that I think we have too much money. I think that there's not enough of a struggle for people to have to do that. And worse, I think that our society has degraded to the point where we don't want to. Now, I'm going to give you a real life thing right now. My parents-in-law live with me. Okay. They don't have to. They have plenty of places in China to live. We have like 5 properties in China or whatever. We have houses here. I can move them into a house. No problem.
Right.
They choose to live with us. Couple of reasons. First, they don't speak English, so it'd be a little difficult for them to live, day to day in a house by themselves. Second, I have 2 kids. They help out with the kids. They help my wife out because my wife does work, or she at least has she's gainfully employed, right? Like she doesn't work conventional hours, or anything like that. But
yeah.
But she so if my wife is writing a report, or if my wife is has phone conferences all day, my mother-in-law will do the laundry. My mother-in-law will do the dishes. My mother-in-law will do all of those things. So that's not because of Social Security or anything or lack of Social Security. They have an excellent retirement. They have an excellent.
You're obviously an outlier.
Well, we are kind of an outlier.
Ask your typical millennial what their hopes are of being a homeowner. Whether or not they think that'll ever be possible in their life.
Well, that's because, and it fucking shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. It should not be. This is the first time in the history of the world where everybody's owned a fucking home of their own. And that's a goal for them. Why is it? Like literally, you go to China and people live together for 3 generations under one roof, 4 generations under a roof. Why is it in America we fucking feel like that the minute you turn 20 years old, you should be able to buy a fucking house? What fucking insanity is that?
Well, I'm not talking about 20. I'm talking about people in their 30s.
People in their 30s or 40s can maybe buy a house because they've had 20 years of working to get there. But then again,
right? But like the housing market is, uniquely bad currently. So maybe it's a poor example of like culture.
It is kind of a poor example, but I think it's actually an excellent example of the fact that we don't feel like we need our parents anymore. We don't feel once we're gone, we're gone.
Right, but why is that? Why is it?
Because it's not because of the welfare, not at all. It's because literally your parents work. Literally, you will hear parents say this: "I've worked and slaved to get you through high school and into college, and now I'm going to the fucking Bahamas. I'm going to do what I want to do."
Boomers, boomers.
I want to do what I want to do. No, I just heard it this fucking week. I'm not a boomer.
Okay, but again, well, fair. Well, you're talking about your parents. Your parents are probably the greatest.
Yeah, my parents are. My parents finally got a little bit of money in their later life. My mom lives by herself. We would love for her to live with us. She just doesn't want to.
Owning multiple homes is like top quintile shit.
Sure.
Okay. Like having generational wealth of that level is not the norm. When I'm talking
this is the first generation that we've had that. I'm the first generation that's done that. But only because I
recognize that you are, but right. And I'm not saying you didn't earn it or anything. What I'm saying is I don't think we can extrapolate your financial position.
Right. But I have that viewpoint of looking at my brother who is exactly who you're talking about. He works as a welder in a factory. He owns. His wife inherited a home. It was a piece of shit. They moved into another house. They bought just right before, like a year before COVID, 2 years before COVID, something like that. And they raised 2 children. Both of those kids are out of the house now. Both of those kids are doing fucking horribly, by the way, because they should have lived at home until they were 25 or 26 and actually had some money together and helped their parents out. But no, what did they do? They lived the American fucking dream where they turned 18 and they got an apartment as soon as they got a half-ass decent job. And then they bought a fucking car and they bought this and they bought that and they went into debt and then they crashed and burned. And that's a problem with our society. That's a problem with our society, is that we want everything all at once, right now. We want it right fucking now.
Okay, okay. So my argument is this, right? My argument is that
your position.
Hold on. My argument is this, is that every time the government interacts in the market, it creates an incentive. And what I'm saying is that Social Security and giving was a massive incentive to split up families. It was a massive incentive towards this concept of what I'm seeing are the downstream effects of that. What I'm saying is that Social Security created a culture in this country where we have this concept that instead of large families being close-knit together and staying together, that people started going, well, even if my financial success doesn't take off, I have this safety net. And like the goal now is to put kids into college and then they're birds, go away and fly free, do your own fucking thing. It's my thing now. And what I'm saying is without that massive psychological social safety net, and for the poor and the lower middle class, just a literal safety net that wouldn't exist without it, that there would be a much stronger natural incentive for families to want to stay more connected, more together, and more likely to share networking and generational wealth together. You're saying we have too much, and maybe that's true, but I'm not seeing that in the data. I'm not seeing that Americans in general have too much.
Yeah, I don't think you could see it in data. I think you see the effects of it in data, though. The fact that most Americans have spend more on a college education than they can make in 10 years with that education. Right? They can't even pay back their student loans. They never can.
Yeah, no, I mean, like I think that's another causal effect that has destroyed and people to have children. I mean, when you ask people why won't you have children, the biggest thing they say is money, right? And if you took on $80K in fucking college debt and you have student loan payments, well, and you got a fucking a humanities degree. Like my dumbass did, right? I went to fucking grad school for fucking.
Well, I have a psychology degree too, bro. So,
maybe you used it, but I feel like you probably
I never did.
Most of what you did without it.
College was the absolute worst money I've ever spent.
Right. So, I agree that that's another problem. But what I'm saying is that, that's another instance of the government, right? Like there is a reason that if like federal student loans being guaranteed to 18-year-olds has led to massive administrative bloat, made college way more expensive than it needs to be.
100%.
And in sociology, they call part of what has occurred McDonaldization, which is kind of like just a way of saying like they have done everything they could to bring more and more and more and more and more people in. So college has become daycare for young adults. Children that are 18, 19, 20 years old that should still probably be living with their mom and dad and learning a trade or learning something. Instead, they're taking a psychology class and in a party school, and college is now their fucking daycare, and they're going to pop out at 22 with a 4 years behind the people that went into a trade with, $80K in debt. My argument is that what we have done in our society with welfare, but I'll add college into this just as well, is that we have taken money that is productive in the economy. stolen it from the economy,
Yes.
which has stolen us from having progress and
Yes.
growth and jobs
Mhm.
and all of these things. And then we
Mhm.
have created social safety nets for everyone. And these social safety nets have created an incentive that is breaking apart families.
I
That
agree.
after multiple generations, it is breaking apart families,
Yeah.
and it's leading to higher
Yeah.
divorce rates. It's leading to
Right.
people not settling down and getting married. It's
Well,
leading to like low birth
let's
rates,
take
etc.
this to its let's take this to a further degree, because I'm going to say that it's not just welfare; it's all of the government interference in our life. Um, and
Okay, no
you know
argument
that
for
I'm a
me.
constitutional conservative, and I believe that that if it's not in the Constitution, we shouldn't fucking do it, and government should be as small as fucking possible. Like literally, it should be it should be we should have a tenth of the government that we have. Everything that you've named is exactly why that all of this is happening, right? When I went to school, I was able to get a grant, but that was a grant. That wasn't a loan. It was like $1,000. I never did get a student loan because my parents made too much and they weren't federally backed.
Mhm.
So I was never able to get a student loan ever. I had to work 2-3 jobs and pay my own way through college. So what what we've truly allowed, Fabian, is we've allowed the government to come in and supplant parents, and
Absolutely.
they encourage. The government does nothing to discourage divorce, because that just adds to to more people feeding off of the system, so they can ask for more money in tax dollars, so they can raise
Well, yeah,
the taxes on
I'll add
everybody else.
another one. I'll add another one that might not be popular with constitutional conservatives, or it might be. Public school shouldn't fucking exist. Public school
Exactly.
is
Exactly.
is a
There's
massive.
nothing in the Constitution
It's
that
a.
says the government owes you a goddamn education. Not one thing.
Here's here's a funny thing, right? Do you know how much money is spent on a child per year in public school education?
More than I spend in private school tuition.
What, just if you were to take a guess, it's a range, okay? Because obviously it's going to be way cheaper.
I would say
rural
probably 50
Mississippi,
grand a year
like
average.
New York.
50 grand a year
So
average.
so it's not that quite that high. It's somewhere between $12,000 to $30,000 depending on where you are, right? So if you're in New York City, where education is a lot more expensive, but recognize that's just 8 hours a day for like 9 months out of the year with a bunch of vacation, right?
Mhm.
So it's not like it's a full year of education. Like, okay, so just imagine what if, let's say I'm a family with 3 kids in New York City where it's really expensive. What do you think $90,000 a year extra would do for me in terms of my ability to educate my children? Like, we are pulling now, obviously your average typical American isn't being taxed at the same rate as like corporations or like wealthy people, but nevertheless, all of that is productive money out of the economy. So it's like even if
Absolutely.
you're getting even if like big business is paying the taxes, well, what do they do with that? Well, they increase prices, or they don't hire as many people.
I actually
They don't
have a
hire as many
unique-
people to the labor market. So
I
it's
have
like
a unique perspective on this. So when I had the businesses, I was able to kind of manage my taxes to where I paid my fair share. It hurt, but wasn't that bad. When my wife became a W-2 employee and I retired,
Mhm.
so we paid, I kid you not, right at about we paid in about 280,000 in taxes. They kept enough to refund us 98,000. It's 30%. 30% of the income. Can't do
Well, it's
anything
like
about it.
so like your money. Forgive me if I'm wrong, or forgive me if you don't want to correct me because it would tell too much, right? But you're primarily at this point funding through real estate, right?
Well, we're moving that direction. We're buying businesses again because, to be honest with you, if my wife continues in her career and she wants to, she's going to make $750,000 to $1 million a year for the next 10 years. And as a
Okay, well,
W-2,
let's keep it simple.
Yeah.
Let's keep it simple because rich
All right.
people got too many fucking, money in too many different places to make it
Thank
simple.
you.
Let's
I
assume
appreciate you.
let's assume it's all real estate, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like, well, when you pay these massive amount of taxes and the profit that you're doing that, well, that's less homes you can buy, right? Like, because I mean, like you're talking about in 1 year you're paying what you said 298 with 98 returns, so basically 200 grand in taxes.
A little over 200 grand. Yeah.
So a little over. So we'll say about 200 grand. Well, what's for 200 grand you can buy a fixer upper in a lot of places. So that's a whole.
I just did.
That's a whole fucking right. That's a whole fucking house that you couldn't purchase. That the government was like, we're going to use this money in a really good way, and it's like the government is going to squander in complete inefficiencies and stupidities 100 grand in that. Oh, and by the way, some of that money is going to be spent to make more regulations and red tape that make it more difficult to buy houses. You want to talk about why millennials can't afford a home right now? Well, maybe it's because you couldn't buy one. Because if you could buy one and everybody else that was rich could buy an extra home, well, you know what that means? Construction companies are like, hey, guess what? A lot of people are buying homes. Time to build some homes.
Right.
Because there's some money to be made in building homes. And then guess what happens? More homes get built. Oh, well, what happens when more homes get built? All of a sudden, the supply of homes in the market goes up and the home prices start to drop. And the rich people are like, I can buy even more homes. And then the middle class people are like, hey, I can finally afford to buy a fucking home. This is the problem, is that like our government has involved in so many ways. And I want to bring this back to the dating scene. I want to bring this back.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to get us too far afield there.
But no, I think it is important when you start talking about public education being provided for. When you start talking about like all of these different ways in which the government is going to manage your children and manage your affairs and manage your life and promise you that they're going to take care of you, it causes two things. In the short term, it creates an immediate disincentive for families to stay together. Because if you had to pay for everything, if you had to pay private school because public school didn't exist, well, all of a sudden, maybe that, oh, he was kind of toxic because he was mad about my social media posts, stops being a little fucking extra important when you realize that you're going to split your finances in half and your kid's going to go to a shitty school. But when you have a public education system, all of a sudden, well, I'm just going to take the kids and I'll put them in a public school. No big deal, right? You start, what starts happening when that starts to become the norm. And it is my belief that in for most Americans, obviously, like wealthy people are in a different position. But what I'm saying is that I believe that welfare, public education, colleges, all of these incentives where the market has become less productive and it has been less on individuals and families to take care of themselves and has instead started redistributing wealth, it has created an incredibly toxic culture that has led especially women to live in a world where there are no consequences for their decisions, where they can have fun. They don't need families. They don't need children. People don't need to be connected to their parents, and parents don't need to be connected to their kids because wealth is no longer maintained in the family. Wealth is being stolen and maintained by the government and then redistributed to people. And that is what is breaking apart families. And when you start breaking apart families, the next generation that comes in has no value of a family. Right? So the first generation had a families broken apart. But the succeeding generations, they don't value families anymore because they live in a culture where families are broken apart. And I think that is the primary problem that we're seeing in the dating market. That's why we're seeing people flock towards casual sex. That's why we're seeing people, get in relationships and then just get divorced willy-nilly. Like they don't value family and they don't value maintaining wealth in the family because the government has stolen so many people's ability to maintain wealth in the family, both in a positive way or in a survival way. Because even the wealthy and the rich, I think, would still value family, value marriage, and value things more when instead of the government taking a third of it, they recognize that I have it for me and my children and my family. But if I split this family, I split all this wealth in half, and I do so. And now we have to pay 2 houses and 2 gas bills and 2 electric bills and 2 car payments and all of these other things we now have to pay. Right? It is the cost of getting a divorce.
Yeah, I agree. And I think it's really interesting. I think it's interesting on a lot of levels that the government encourages it to such a large degree, right?
Hmm. Hmm.
Um, you
I
you
think the
you
government's
are
perfectly
encouraged.
fine with a breakdown. Absolutely, they love it.
Yeah, absolutely encourage it. They absolutely there's and now this is a double prong attack though. It's not just a financial aspect, which for certain is a good motivator, but it's also a lifestyle attack, a war on the nuclear family, as it
Mhm.
were. Although I don't particularly care for the term nuclear family anymore, but it's okay. It really is.
It's better than being a single mom, but it's not. It's not what we should be striving for.
No, I believe. Look, I believe in the nuclear family. I just don't like the term nuclear. I think the way that it's being used in society is a little bit off and wrong. So um,
Mhm.
it's just not the descriptor that it should be.
Wait, what do
But
you mean by that? I'm sorry for interrupting your train of thought, but I really do want to understand what you mean here.
well, nuclear family implies what you had alluded to earlier is mom, dad, kids, not
Mhm.
the full extended family, which is
Mhm.
grandparents, uncles, aunts, cousins, that sort of thing. The entirety of the family should be working together, not just you and your wife and your kids.
Okay, so
That's
we're on the
just
same page. I think our terms were just like
yeah.
crossing.
That's what I'm saying. I just
That's
don't
what I
like the
mean.
term. Yeah, I just
Yeah,
think
that's what I
the
mean.
use of nuclear
Yeah,
family is
I
off.
think nuclear family is problematic because it's not the best solution. The best solution is the extended family, but that the
Extended
nuclear
family,
family
thank
is
you.
kind of like a bare minimum for like
Yeah,
not having severe problems.
sure. Agree absolutely. And it's an interesting thing because I grew up again. I grew up very poor, and so I worked really hard, and I've watched all of this stuff happen. And what's really interesting to me is the lies that have been told to women. There's
Mm.
a channel called Taylor the Fiend, and he has a whole series of videos. Am I freezing again? I think
No.
what happens is my router is in a specific part of my house, and my 4-year-old likes to play there, and he might be yanking on the cable. So um, I'm just saying.
I feel like your internet would probably go down for longer if that was the
But
case.
he can't yank it out. He can just wiggle it loose a little bit.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. When I went in earlier, it was loose, and I just snapped it all the way back in. So anyway, um, Taylor the Fiend has a great kind of series about these women who are lied to by their friends, by various people in society, and articles in magazines, all this thing, that if they divorce their husband, they're going to take half his shit, ruin his life, fuck that guy over, and move on to the next guy, right? But what ends up happening most often is they get nothing out of the divorce. They don't get
Mhm.
50%. Our laws don't work that way. They never really did, right? Except maybe in California at one point in time, and they made a bunch of TV shows about it, and people bought into it, but that wasn't the reality. The reality is that you get what you came in with, and you split the proceeds. And so, if you have a house, you don't automatically get to keep the house.
Yo, his 4-year-old is a menace.
Sick Instagram. Oh, see, I told you, man.
Your 4-year-old is a
I
menace,
know.
bro.
I think I'm going to go in and check. I'll go in here in a minute and check. But anyway, so Taylor the Fiend had this great deal where he has this woman, uh, a video of this woman. They're always in their car. They've got the phone propped up on the steering wheel or what the fuck ever, and this woman is crying and she is just absolutely wrecked.
Hmm.
And
Looking it up now.
you're looking it up, and she's like, "This today is the last day at my house. This is so terrible. They're selling my house today." And it's awesome because she honestly thought that she was going to divorce this guy, take all of his money, and keep the house and live in the house by herself. She seriously thought that. obviously that's not the way it worked out. They sold the house. And and that was it, right? Like, there's no house. It's gone. And the dude just moved on, with his life, and this woman is just destroyed. But women have been lied to for a very, very long time about this. And men too. Men fear that they're going to lose everything in a divorce. And I constantly have people on my show even that'll say, "Oh, I'm not going to get married because they'll just ruin my life. They'll take all my shit and all that." I'm like, "No, that's really not how it happens. A divorce sucks, and it's not what is. You don't want anything, but you don't want anything to do with the divorce. But it's
like
not
a breakup, right? But like it hurts both parties, right? It doesn't like nobody really comes out ahead in a divorce, right?
Exactly.
Like, there are outliers in every situation, right? Like, there are women that have utilize really good lawyers and and have raked the men over the coals, right? Like, that certainly happens. And like I said, it's more of a risk for like really, really wealthy guys because they have more to lose, right? But it's not my issue is less with divorce courts than and I'm with you on this. I think divorce courts play a role. Right. I don't disagree that divorce courts and the favorability they give towards women play a role, especially when we're talking about custody. Especially when there's no reason that women like the fact that women are the default custody owners in the West started with I think it's Lily Ledbetter in the UK. And it started off of a bunch of bullshit and lies. And every available metric that we have shows that single dads raise better kids than single moms.
Absolutely.
But nevertheless, right, like, it takes two to tango, and I think it takes more than that, right? I think you need aunts and uncles and grandparents and a mom and a dad and all these things, and it's not good for the kids. It's not good for that. My argument, right, like, I don't think we've strayed from, but I'm kind of with you that there are a lot of lies that have been told. And so that's not the biggest one, I would say. I think the biggest one that has been told to women is fertility. I mean, we have women that go into sex education classes provided by the government, and man, do they harp about teen pregnancy and STDs and and things like that. They really harp on that to try and scare girls, but
True.
Which is right. But nobody talks about the fact that hey, did you know that a pregnancy after the age of 35 is called a geriatric pregnancy?
It is.
That's the medical term for a fucking reason, right? When we look at and men are on board with this too, by the way, because there's plenty of research to suggest that ADHD and autism is almost certainly linked to aged male sperm, not women. They love to talk about the age of women.
I've read that too.
The research has shown over and over and over again that it's not fucking women being old or vaccines or seed oils. It seems to be that the biggest cause of autism and ADHD and neurodivergent kind of mental things is linked to men in their 30s and 40s having kids. That's the reason that we've had such a high increase. Also, diagnosis and overdiagnosis, right? 30 years ago, if you were a high functioning autistic, you was just oh, that's just Timmy. Timmy didn't talk till he was 6. You know what I mean? Nobody was Timmy's autistic. Right. So
what do you think about the what do you think about the overdiagnosing and how it's affecting families in and of themselves? Because now you've got women what's the bubble wrapped kids, they just you can't you can't say anything to Timmy. You can't say anything. He will he'll it'll really affect him or whatever. And
so
what do you think about that? I'm on the fence because on one hand, my heart goes out to these people. On the other hand, I mean, people have been weird forever. And they did just fine. This isn't,
So here's what I will say, right? This might take a minute because this is where we start getting into my area of expertise that I rarely get to talk about because I'm usually talking about econ and philosophy of libertarianism. But there's a couple of things that have occurred, right? One of the things is that women have become the predominant power holders within the institutions of psychotherapy. When we look at the APA, when we look at the ACA leadership, when we look at things of that nature, it has been women and kind of like wokies that have taken over psychotherapy. When you like, and you can see this, like when I went to Liberty University, right? I went to a Christian university for my grad school, right? And in order to be K-CREP accredited, like I had to take a multicultural competencies course till about and for the record, I actually think it was a really good course. As much as it's like a woke kind of thing that we had to do, learning about like why Latinos and like why Marianismo and machismo is like an important structure that you need to think about there, and like how white kids, you don't want to involve grandparents, but with Latino kids you absolutely want to involve grandparents, and because the cultures are different. I learned a lot of cool shit in that course, believe it or not, but nevertheless it was still like so there's some good with the bad. But with this has become an increase in power of feminist therapy and therapy as a form of activism. And when you start engaging in critical theory and activism within your psychology, it stops being this individual interaction with a patient that is designed to be 20 sessions, right? That's kind of the gold standard, because that's when cognitive behavioral therapy was set up, and rational emotive behavioral therapy. The goal was, look, I'm going to train, we're going to figure out what a problem is. Then I'm going to use my expertise to give you the knowledge and the skill set to be able to figure out this problem yourself, so that you can no longer have this problem, or so that you can be in a position to work on this problem. And then after 20 sessions, we're done. Once therapy became this form of like activism and like this like mental health awareness and all of this other shit, it stopped being, you have a problem, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to use therapy to counteract that problem, such as like a phobia. We're going to use like exposure therapy, or you have like you need assertiveness training because like your job prospects aren't doing well. I'm going to give you those skill set. Stop being about fixing this problem in 6 months and getting you to a better place, and or teaching you the skills to continue in your life knowing this. And it started being about having this relationship with therapy as an institution, as a culture, and as a form of activism, and then like healing as a wounded. So there's this term called wounded healer in psychotherapy, which is like, it's always seen as a double-edged sword, right? So a wounded healer, for example, might be someone that was a heroin addict and then became a therapist so that they could, do addiction counseling, right? And it's like, they're like, hey, dude, I know exactly what you've been through because I've been there. And they're better able to see and perceive things. But there's always been this danger with a wounded healer that they project, and that they, oh, God damn it. That menace of a toddler.
Yeah.
I saw right when it cut out, so don't worry, I wasn't talking a bunch.
Yeah. All right. That's weird. I mean, like, my upload speed and everything is great. Maybe it's
might be the program.
Yeah, it could just be it could just be
don't worry, I paused. I paused right when I saw you cut out.
Okay.
I can see when
all right,
you
well, let's roll through it.
Yeah.
While you got a break. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead. Well, I just want to say, just to wrap it up. So what I think you're seeing is a culture of therapy that leaks into public discourse, social media, into people's lives. Everybody speaking therapy talk. Everybody thinks they're a therapist. Nobody knows what the fuck they're doing. None of the shit that they're doing is evidence-based anymore, because it's no longer like, did you see an improvement in 20 sessions? It's like, oh, I go to my therapist every week. And it has been disastrous towards parenting, towards our social circles. It's every girl. Oh, my ex was such a narcissist. It's like, bitch, if you met a real narcissist, you would really understand how fucking crazy they are. Like if you met a real malignant narcissist, you would like you would understand just like how your boyfriend isn't a narcissist. And so I think that's a major part of this problem.
So I like everything you said, and I think it's accurate. I actually had counseling when I was younger that was, I mean, it was worthless. Like I never really, it never really like connected, hit, whatever, however you want to say it, right? And but I understood early on that the person talking to me was there to get a paycheck and was there because they had to be there. And that was that was it, right? And they have more, and actually I feel like that they had more of an interest in getting me to be less than normal or more erratic than anything else, so they could prolong these sessions. And it was very interesting. And then I went into psychology.
Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, like that's definitely a thing. But I think what's more of a thing, right, is that there has been an obsession, and this is kind of like a niche thing that like maybe a lot of people aren't aware of, right? Is that there is an obsession of this, there's this myth, I should say. God damn it. He'll be back. He's coming back, boys.
Yeah, I watched you over here, and you don't do anything. So it's got to be the program is jacking up for some reason. I don't know why.
So what I was going to say is there's this myth, right? And the myth is that all talk therapy is like some level of good. And it's the studies that have attempted to recreate this under the modern context have been very biased, because everyone that is funding these studies wants to fund the industry of psychology and of psychotherapy. But so we have these things called flashbulb memories, right? And a flashbulb memory is essentially like something that you think of a bunch of times, right? So when you think of something a bunch of times, every time you go to think of something, your brain doesn't actually, you don't have a movie that plays in your brain. What you actually have, just like when you're dreaming, is you have like 10, 20, 30 things that you remember. It was John. He had on a red shirt. We were at the baseball field. I remember that car. The game was 6-1, etc. Right? And then sometimes two different things can occur. You can forget one of those details that's important to construct a narrative so that a memory can be recalled, or the details that you do remember conflict with other things that you remember. There's a conflict. And so what your brain will do when it retrieves it is it'll just fix the corrections for you, because your brain's really efficient. And so your brain goes, actually the game was 4-9, because it conflicts with something else you heard, because you remember that as like this triumphant comeback story. Even in reality, you were already up 6-1, but your brain remembers it as a triumphant comeback story and goes, well, 6-1, triumphant comeback story. These two things are a contradiction. So I'll just remember it as 4-5. And then you made a comeback with the home run that you hit, because that's a childhood memory of your home run. Okay. Well, this happens with trauma too. Okay. And there was research that was done on 9/11, right? And this was like, I want to say it was like 10 or 15 years after 9/11. They got a whole bunch of people together and asked them about 9/11. And then they went through records of like where they worked, what their employment records were, what their Facebook posts were. They went through data that could prove where they were, what they were doing, what actually happened on 9/11. And what they found was that a majority of all people that were describing what happened on 9/11 got wrong where they were when the towers hit. not minor details. A majority of all
Sure.
people were like, I was at home and I saw it on TV. And then they're like, well, actually, we have proof that you were at work from your Facebook posts and from like your job records, etc. Or
Sure.
so what happens when you do this with trauma, and what happens when you do this with talk therapy? And instead of doing 20 sessions that are guided, you constantly bring up traumatic things and negative experiences as a form of talk therapy over and over and over and over again. And then society and culture keep telling you to talk about your issues and open up. And then everybody has this conversation about social media, about mental health awareness. What ends up happening is you keep rewriting these fucking brains to fit narratives that are working for you, and you create false memories and false conclusions, and you end up disconnected from reality because you're not in a trained therapy session that is like structured to give you skills. Instead, you're just constantly remembering and regurgitating trauma and creating trauma where there isn't trauma. And now you have this brain of like all of this anxiety and traumatic issues, but my talk therapy really lets me get it all out. It's like, yeah, but you're rewriting and recreating trauma just to do it. And the psychologists that these new age psychologists that are all about getting money are like, oh, let's talk about that. Let's dig into that. Let's talk about how your daddy did that to you. And before you know it, you no longer live in reality, and we are creating anxiety in our society, especially in those who are more women, right? Because they tend towards neuroticism, but especially in women, this entire mental health awareness has created anxiety.
So my aunt.
I'm sorry, I got excited and I didn't shut up.
No, that's fine, man. No, that's actually really good. So actually, my aunt created an entire alternate version of at least two things that were documented that happened between her and my mom when they were little. Like there was on videotape at a birthday party or something. But even when she was shown the videotape, she still said, "No, that's not what happened." I remember this.
Satanic Panic. Yeah. Like there's a dude in jail right now for molesting his daughter in a satanic underground basement at a daycare facility, and all of the evidence shows it's not true. And his own daughter was like, but his daughter and the guy in prison are both convinced that they did it. And there's like tons of material evidence that it didn't occur, because what happened? The Satanic Panic had women entering the workforce at the same time that metal and D&D and Christian values were going down, etc. And all of these women had this anxiety because instead of being a stay-at-home mom, now they're at work 8 hours a day and they have to leave their kids in daycare. And the culture just started freaking the fuck out and created all kinds of fucking stories of pedophile rings under places. I mean, in the Satanic Panic, there was a town in Canada in the 90s that like literally prepared for war, where the police and all the people in town started building barricades and arming themselves because they had whipped themselves up into a frenzy about a satanic cult that was going to come and invade their town. And none of it was true. Like we are in critical theory, and feminism and modern philosophy has created a Satanic Panic 2.0, but it's more subtle because our culture is more divided.
Yes. Yeah, that's true. So kind of just to move it back, because we've gone far afield. But it was interesting. It's a great discussion though. I don't necessarily, I wouldn't single out that, I wouldn't single out that there is a link between just welfare and the other things that we said at the beginning, or you said at the beginning, but I just think it's government interference has really, some of it kind of purposefully, some of it indirectly, but all of it negatively impacted the American family, right? And there's no, it's a government. There's no remorse.
You realize that this might be a definitional thing. You realize that libertarians call all of this welfare, right? Like we would consider public school a form of welfare. We would consider Like we wouldn't just consider Medicare, Medicaid, but like
Right. I
student
understand.
loan program that's from welfare.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah. All of the things that one of the things that I do agree with most libertarians on is the government should not be, well, first of all, the government should not be spending tax money to support the citizenry in the way that it does, right? First of all, taxes are a sensitive issue for me, so it's hard for me to be truly objective about it. I want to be, but it's just tough, man.
You have a little bit of a bias when you're having to pay so much.
Right. And I've done it for the last 10 years too, Scott. So, so it's hard for me to be objective with the taxing, but here's the thing. If I'm being really super honest, I see no reason for public schools to exist.
No, not
the
at all.
property taxes that people pay, the income taxes that people pay, it would more than cover the bill of your local school system. And the rebuttal to that is always, yeah, but what about kids in other places? Well, let those towns deal with their problems.
Well, that's the welfare, really. That's the height of the welfare in public education is that it is taking areas that are populated and productive and then redistributing their wealth to areas where people, it's like if you want to live in the fucking mountains because you value mountains, be my fucking guest, right? But I shouldn't have to pay a bunch of money but in taxes in fucking Virginia, in a populated area where there's a lot of economic activity, so that 200 kids can all be bused, to some school somewhere. It's like, dude, that should be on you. You made the decision to live in those isolated areas. Yes. It's the same thing with like FEMA paying for mini mansions that get, fucked up in hurricanes. And it's like, why are we paying for rich people that live on the coast to have their house rebuilt when they chose to live on the coast in fucking Florida? Like, dude, you chose to live in the place that gets hit by hurricanes every year gets hit by like 10 hurricanes. Now I have to pay for your shit. Like, why?
Yeah. So, I don't know about the hurricane thing, because I think that's why their insurance is so high, but definitely there are, other things, but I disagree with some, and probably because nobody's ever done it for me. I've never been I guess maybe if I had been a little bit more of a piece of shit and I didn't do things with my life, and I had fed off of the government dole, maybe then I would have a different opinion, but I didn't. And so the only opinion that I have is that,
oh my God, listen to this guy's white privilege showing right now.
I know, right? I got to fucking work hard my whole fucking life. I'm still, I'm still doing it. So, but listen to me whine. It's wrong for California to be considered the largest economy or fourth largest economy in the country because it has such a high tax base, but it's only exists because of my tax dollars in Tennessee and your tax dollars in wherever the fuck you are, Virginia or Kansas or where, I don't know where the fuck you are.
You're Virginia.
Okay. But when you pay your taxes, do you write in there, hey, give $50 to California, I like them? Because I don't.
No.
I don't do that. And yet that's what happens.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm not rich like you, right? Like I'm not really like I'm like a net negative on taxes.
Well,
I'm not really paying taxes. You know what I mean? Like, good. I am. I mean, like, I'm not paying income taxes. I mean, like, I pay. So, like, I pay income taxes, but like, I get most of that, if not all of that, back when I file taxes.
Good for you.
But that doesn't mean. But I'm still paying. I'm still fucking paying sales tax every time.
Sales tax, property tax, vehicle tax, tags.
Yeah, I'm paying that. Yeah.
You
I'm
have
paying
no
property tax
idea.
on
The average
vehicles.
person has no idea how much they actually pay the government every year.
Well, so the average is more than half of your wealth. People don't
Yes.
realize that because they go,
Yes.
well, okay, well, the super rich are paying like 37% of their income. It's like, okay, but do you understand that the business owner, when the business owner is paying the same payroll taxes that you're paying, so every payroll tax that you're thinking about, double that, because that's money that the employer has to pay on top of the corporate tax that they have to pay.
But he can't
They're
pay
paying
you.
payroll taxes.
He can't pay
Right?
you that
And he
much.
can't pay you. Right. So like when you're saying, oh, I make, $20 an hour, just know that without taxes, not only is your take home pay less because of the taxes, but the business, if he didn't have to pay your payroll taxes, could afford to pay you 22 or 23 an hour. But he can only afford to pay you 20 an hour because he's got to pay $2 or $3 an hour in payroll taxes.
Yes.
And then you're paying sales taxes. And then you're paying some levels of tariffs. Thanks,
Yes.
Trump.
And the
some more
business
now,
pays
right?
and the business pays taxes.
Right now there's property taxes. Well, the business is paying property taxes for these big things. Sometimes they get around that with like industrial zones and stuff, but never, like there's certain areas that are like cordoned off to have less payroll taxes, but even property tax, but even still, they're paying that. Now, hey, buddy, did you realize that every time the Federal Reserve makes the money printer go burr, that's inflation? That's a form of taxation. Every single time you keep your dollar, you have to spend your dollar because the value of that dollar is steadily going down because the Federal Reserve is spending more than it takes in taxes. And so it prints money. And then when that money supply goes up, well, guess what? That's another form of taxation. When you add up all of these things, there's two things that you need to know. One is that most of your money is being taxed, unless you're poor, but on average, most of your money is being taxed. And then the second thing you need to know is that the fucking interest on the debt is at like 11% now. So 10% of that is just the late payment on a credit card that's not getting paid off. That keeps getting bigger.
True. Well, I mean, look, the government has a vested interest in not having productive, or pardon me, in not having families that stay together, that live together. They need you out there. They need you paying taxes. They need to collect fines. They need to collect all of this money. And we are, our society.
I want to circle this back. I want to circle this back to the conversation about Red
Bull.
Pill. Here we go.
We've gone once again.
Because there is a reason that immigration and multiculturalism and taxation is all wrapped up into the same fucking boat of destroying the dating market. Because what has happened is Social Security and welfare systems have caused, in my opinion, have been one of the major causes, along with all other forms of welfare, public school, all these things, right, have caused families to no longer be constructed and be incentivized towards keeping wealth in the family, because all of these other social safety nets exist for everything in America and have isolated us. But what has occurred is a declining birth rate. And once there's a declining birth rate, we start going into debt, because all of these systems are based upon not just replacing our population, but growing our population. And so what the solution is not to get rid of all of these welfare systems that are destroying families and destroying the birth rate. The solution has been, we'll just replace the birth rate by pushing multiculturalism and importing immigrants. And
correct.
What we're seeing, and there is a reason that so many white supremacists and so many like Nazis and so many like, Groyper type people are so angry and seeing and connecting. They're not quite connecting the dots because they just think it's Jews hate white people. But what's really going on is that they have created all of these family destroying things. And then in order to maintain them, they need to import immigrants. In order to maintain them, they need new tax bases because we're not breeding enough. And then, so what do? They push multiculturalism. Diversity is our strength. They push advertisements about, interracial couples constantly in every domain, because you can't have a white family anymore because that's problematic, because it's not about, because what they need is they need you to love a surge of immigrants as they come in, because those immigrants need to pay. Because what are they bringing in? They're not bringing in a ton of children and a ton of women. They're bringing in a ton of young men. And people go, it's military aged men. It's a takeover. No, they're bringing in workers. They're bringing in workers that they can tax. And that taxation is going to prop up Social Security, public schools. It's propping up, TANF and EBT. And many of them are net negatives and many of them aren't. But what they need, and they go, well, it's a net negative. Nobody's a net negative in this economy. Once you understand inflation, once you understand sales tax, once you understand payroll taxes, once you understand that there are all these other forms of taxation, everybody, even the poorest amongst us, is still paying taxes, and they're bringing in immigration. And this is having cultural clashes. It's too fucking much. You cannot bring in 10 million people under one president and not have severe breakdown in culture. And when you have that, that causes additional problems in dating markets, in families, in society. All of these things are connected, and all of these things have one major culprit, and it is the state's interference in our lives to such a degree that it is disincentivized family structures, disincentivized, because just like when you have a tax on cigarettes, you're less likely to smoke cigarettes. When you create incentives that make it to where you to steal all of your family wealth, so that wealth is harder to keep in the family, and redistribute that wealth, you destroy the incentive for families to exist. And that is what the state has done.
I mean, you're not wrong. I don't know, but I just kind of bringing it back really full.
Mm-hmm. Let me bring it back real full swing.
Yeah. I'm bringing it up.
No, I'm just laughing because you're like, I'm going to bring it back full swing.
Yeah. No, did I freeze again?
Yeah, you froze right as you said, just to bring it back full swing, and then you just froze on my end.
Oh, that's awesome. I couldn't have planned that better. I mean, look, we have real issues, man. We have real issues in this country. We have real issues with our government. We have I think that most people have no idea, and they go through their day and just whatever. But I don't know that red pill is truly contributing to it. I think that by and large, a lot of the red pill creators would say that they're trying to empower people and move them beyond that, just like everybody else is trying to empower. I don't even know what fucking empowering means anymore. I don't know, but
it's just
I think that they would. Sorry, yeah, it's just a buzzword.
It's just a buzzword.
Yeah.
Well, so here's what it means. Okay. There is a philosophical axiom that's present within the left, right? That negative rights are not the primary form of freedom, because when an individual has more wealth than you, or where an individual has more like social or human capital than you, that they are in a dominating position over you, because the wealthy elite hoard things, or the patriarchy hoards, lords power over women. And so when they say empowering, what they mean is wealth redistribution, or means of forcing equality is empowerment for the individual that is, the beneficiary of this forced equality or forced equity, because they're no longer under the yoke of oppression of the dominating effect of the power imbalance that is particular to patriarchy, or to the capitalist that has the right to negotiate wages with the poor person that for whatever reason can't voluntarily, do the same thing. That's where that empowerment comes in. It means we've pulled the lever in some capacity to towards positive rights that are in conflict with negative rights by redistributing or equalizing or creating some form of equity in what they see as an oppressed oppressor dynamic. But most people aren't philosophically aware of that, so they just regurgitate the term empowerment, but what they in that domain.
That was really concise for you.
Sorry, I'm a long-winded guy. You're
You
not
are.
wrong.
No, I'm just saying that was really, you shrunk that down really well. I thought that was great.
Right, I just gave you a whole critical theory, Marxian class.
Yeah, no, it's good,
in
man.
45
It's good.
seconds. I'm turning that into a clip, by the way. I'm going to do that whole thing, and then just you going, that was really concise for you.
I mean,
it's got to be a YouTube short.
You're welcome. No, look, I agree with you. I think that there's a very, I think there's a lot of pressure to not just control people, not just control the way they think, but control or control the narrative and outcome, however you want to put it. But it's just a really, what's the word I'm looking for here? It's a really dramatic effect that they're looking for, that they have to constantly come up with to push people in the same direction and just kind of keep people, they can't, and I use I'm saying the government, elected officials, bureaucrats mostly that are not elected, but somehow have a tremendous amount of power over our money. Whether red pill or not feeds into that. I think it does. I will agree with you that the prescriptors of red pill, all of this, anti-boss babe, anti-this, anti-that, the prescriptors of yeah, absolutely. 100%. I'll agree with you, because I disagree with most of the, if not all of the prescriptors that red pill content creators and speakers talk about, right? Like, I just don't buy it. I just don't, and I never have, right? Like, I don't honestly believe that because a woman has slept with 10 dudes that if she actually falls in love with number 11, that she's just predestined to fuck that guy over at some point. I don't buy that, right? Any more than I believe.
I want to show you this study real quick. Keep
Yeah,
going.
man, go
I just know that I'm looking this up.
I'm not saying she won't.
Keep going.
I'm not saying that she won't fuck the guy over, but I'm saying I don't believe that it's any more likely than not, right? Just like I don't believe that that a guy that slept with 60 women and suddenly decides that you were the one is going to fuck you over just because he's had 60 women before or whatever. I don't buy into that. Right. But I'm a romantic. I believe in true love. I feel like my wife and I have a true love relationship and all that. So, I don't buy into a lot of that stuff. What are we looking at here, Hot Rod?
So this is a conservative think tank, Institute for Family Studies. You can keep us on the side.
Okay. I just wanted to make it big enough for everyone to see.
Yeah. Fair enough. So this is from, now this is a conservative think tank. They're very biased, but the data comes from the CDC. Okay. So the data that they're pulling this chart from is really good, well done data. Okay. Now, what you're looking at is divorce rates. And at the bottom, this is how many sexual partners the person had when they entered the marriage. Okay. Now, what you'll see is really, really low divorce rates for virgins, right? Then you'll see an increasing one when they had one. And then you see this really weird peak at 2. And then it drops back down again for all the way for 3 to 9. And then it goes back up for 10. Now, if the red pillars were correct, that there is something about having sex with a person, that each person you have sex with destroys your ability to pair bond, this graph makes no fucking sense whatsoever. This data does not track with what their claim is. Okay?
Well, the science on the pair bonding thing is, I mean, it's probably years before there's anything that's like that you would consider real science out of it? Because it's
Well, it's a
how
soft
do you
science. It's
study something
correlational
like
data.
that? Like
It's a soft
how do you
science. It's not a
study?
real science. You can't isolate variables. You can't have a perfect control group. You
Yeah,
can only have statistical analysis with correlation. And then you can have means and metrics to
yeah.
make sure that your surveys are accurate and to make sure that your sample bias isn't too bad, right?
And
So we're
literally
looking
all
at
of that takes a long time to
yeah,
get
I mean,
accurate
for
data.
sure. But let's look at this. This is the best data you're going to get. Okay, on
Mhm.
divorce rates and sexual partners, right? It's self-report surveys on sexual partners, right? Women can be lying, obviously, but this is also tracked in the 1980s, the 1990s, and the 2000s. And what you're seeing is a relatively a change in above 10 partners from the
Mhm.
1980s, but you're still seeing that the data tracks relatively well. So what's going on here? So I'm going to wager some hypotheses that we could test, right? But I'm going to wager a counter hypothesis, what I think is going on looking at this data, right? More than what the red pillars are think is going on. What I think is actually going on is that virgins are highly religious. And religion is a really strong protective factor for maintaining a marriage. That when you
Mhm.
go to
Mhm.
church, you have the same values as your partner. You may have had an
Mhm.
arranged marriage. There's the family is involved, the community is involved, etc. Now there's a peak at 2 partners, and I think what's going on there is what we would call, which drive a major driving factor in divorce rates in America is what's known as um, um, serial monogamists. Now, serial monogamists are people that tend to be like somewhat religious, and they think it's wrong to like have sex with someone unless they're married. And they're also the type of people that like fall in love with the very next person they meet, and then they get
Yeah.
married, and then it doesn't work out. So what's happening, and then what you see is you see a dip all the way from 3 to 9, and then you see an uptick at 10 plus. So is it a woman's losing part of her soul every time she has sex with someone and then her pair bonding is destroyed? I don't think that's what's going on at all. What I think what's going on is that women that have sex with 10 or more partners are the type of women that have issues pair bonding. And it's not how many people they've had sex with, it's that they have issues pair bonding for whatever reason, and that's why they have sex with a bunch of people, because they treat sex casually or they use it to fill a void in their life. They have some daddy issues or whatever, and they had a wild phase, whatever it is, and that these are problematic for marriage, and that the more sexual partners you're going to see, the more likely that the relationship isn't going to work out, because it's more likely going to track with problems. Now, when you look at this cohort that is 3 to 9 partners, what type of woman is that? That's not a serial monogamist. What that is that's a woman that isn't a hoe. That's a woman that doesn't have sex with random dudes and doesn't have issues pair bonding. Rather, it's a woman that gets into a committed relationship, waits to have sex until they actually have fallen in love with somebody, and then they're in a long-term committed relationship, and then they're having a sexual relationship with that person. And oftentimes those relationships don't work out, and then they're on to the next one. So if you meet some girl that's like 28 and she's had 7 sexual partners, that's not like, oh my God, she's not a virgin. It's like, no, she's not a super religious person, but she's also not a serial monogamous. She's just somebody that like has been in a couple of long-term relationships and maybe had like one night stand in her life and was like, that was gross. I don't like that. I'll never do that again. I can't believe I did that. Right? Like it's correlational data. So this idea of like destroying pair bonding and shit like that, it's because body count is like a cool way to shame women, and it's like a cool way to like, I mean, like, I'm not trying to be a feminist here, right? But it is, and it's like, and the women love to brag about it, and then they love to use data like this to be like, actually, it shows that you're just a dumb whore and you're not worth anything. Ha 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 ha. But the reasoning they have behind the science is just not supported by the data at all. I mean, this is, and like I said, this is the best data you're going to find in terms of it, because it's CDC data that is then put into this chart. I just wanted to showcase that when you brought it up.
Huh?
I said I just wanted to show that when you brought it up. I was just like, I got to show you this chart. Like,
yeah. I think I've seen that chart.
Completely destroys that narrative. Like it doesn't track with what they're saying at all. And it's been that way for decades.
Yeah, I see. I don't know the whole pair bonding thing's always been kind of a little weird. Also, the alpha widow thing. Have you heard the alpha widow thing?
Yeah. No, I've heard of the alpha widow thing.
You know, like I have a hard time with that. Right. Just that to me, that's one of those things that like
I'm willing.
literally
I
they're
don't.
building this.
I'm
It's a build up in your own head that this woman is staying with you because you're the best she's ever had, right? And no other reason.
so.
And I can be honest with you, and this is kind of where I thought you were going to go with this because this is where most of the red pill guys tend to go is, or a lot of the red pill guys tend to go is that to them, the sex is the key of the marriage, right? The like without sex, there is no marriage. Where, in my perspective, having been married 20 years now, it is an important part, but it is not the most important part by any stretch. Right. And when I hear, and I always confront their arguments of, no, if the sex is dead, the relationship is dead, and you need to move on and find somebody else. And I'm like, no, that's not how that happens. My grandmother and grandfather slept in separate bedrooms until the day he passed away. Right. Not because they didn't like each other, but because he snored. Right. Like, I'm sure he snuck in there once in a while, but he was spry for a 70-year-old. And my parents, same thing. My stepdad or my mom and stepdad, my stepdad slept on the couch for years because he'd fall asleep there, and my mom got tired of waking him up. And and so it was, it's a did I, what the fuck?
You're good on my end.
Yeah, no, I hit I somehow hit pause on my, it doesn't matter. And my but my mom slept in the bedroom because she went to bed early. That has nothing to like, who cares? Like, what is this idea that sex is the basis of all relationships? So
I want to go to the alpha widow thing first.
Okay, right? Let's do that first.
I think there is absolutely truth to the alpha widow thing, but with some severe caveats. So
I got to hear this.
You back?
Oh, dadgummit.
Yeah, there we go. Are you back?
Yeah.
All right, so I think there is some truth to this, and but with some severe caveat. So remember how earlier in the podcast we talked about the selection bias that these red pill guys have because they're going after hoes constantly. They're not going after regular women. So what I would say is that masculinity can basically be broken down into 3 stages conceptually. Obviously, no one fits in one box perfectly. Everybody's different. Everybody expresses their, masculinity gets expressed in different ways, different contexts, etc. But what I would say is you have men who lack masculinity, men who have masculinity that is unintegrated, and men who have integrated masculinity, right? So what are these 3 categories? Category number 1 is like your leftist soy boy, very submissive to women, believes everything should be egalitarian to a fault, right? Like he has no level of confidence in a relationship, no desire whatsoever to be masculine, right?
Sees masculinity as toxic.
Well, no, he has no masculinity. It's not toxic masculinity.
But he sees it as toxic, so he doesn't want that.
Right. Then you have unintegrated masculinity. Almost all of these like alpha Chad, I fuck bitches, like your Andrew Tate, your Myron Gaines people, this is unintegrated masculinity. They have learned competence. They have made themselves physically fit. They have used aggression and testosterone and the desire to climb the social hierarchy to engage in things that they value and gain wealth. And then they have learned to peacock that wealth, that energy towards other women. Okay. but they are assholes and they have no respect for people. And primarily, and the biggest thing that makes the difference between what I would consider category 3, integrated masculinity, is that they haven't taken any of these traits towards a profound life goal that is virtuous and moral, whatever that may be. Maybe it's being a Christian, maybe it's being a leader of your community, maybe it's, becoming, a big philanthropist. Whatever it is, they haven't taken that competence, that power, that strength, that energy and put it somewhere, right? Like they haven't embodied the concept of it's better to be a warrior in a garden than it is to be a gardener in a war, right? They're not a warrior in a garden. They're a warrior in a war. They're just fighting and killing. They haven't learned to go, I should be a deadly monster, but also I should build, I should create life. I should have family. I should have virtue. I should be a leader. I should use the experiences and the wisdom that I've gained and then turn that into a positive thing for my life and for the things that I care about. Now, I made those 3 categories, and I recognize that they're arbitrary. I made those 3 categories to explain the alpha widow situation here. Now, the alpha widow concept is your girl settled for you, but some point in her life, there was some guy that choked her and had a 9-inch dick and was a pure fucking Chad and like beat that pussy up. And like for the rest of her life, she's never forgot it. And she loves that in every way. Now, when you're self-selecting for hoes, these are the women that are attracted to unintegrated masculinity. These women are the same women that cannot differentiate. They have difficulty understanding the difference between integrated and unintegrated masculinity. And so all they want is a strong man. And they have all these other issues. And so they're attracted to like an Andrew Tate guy because he's dominant and he's wealthy and he peacocks and he's physically fit and he's doing all these things that showcase that he's a Billy Badass and he's better than that loser that you fucked that worked at Jiffy Lube by like 100 times, right? Now,
yeah.
What I would say is that the alpha widow situation is completely untrue if a woman is able to heal her bullshit and become someone that can distinguish between integrated and unintegrated masculinity, or if she never had the trauma or the problems to have that issue to begin with. There are plenty of girls that don't like toxic asshole dudes that like peacock about how amazing they are, but like can't listen to them and they don't have a moral vision and they're not doing any, like to them, those guys are losers. There are plenty of women that look at somebody like Andrew Tate and like, you like to beat women and like you like to fucking sex traffic 15-year-old girls to Romania and use her as your bottom bitch so that you can trick other young girls into being a part of your sex cam industry, and you like to fuck married girls. Like, you're a piece of shit. You're gross. Like, get away from me, you creep. Right? Like, those women don't have an alpha widow because they know that guy was gross, and they didn't. There's not some female brain psychology that like someday back when she was in college she actually got dicked down by the fucking football team and like you'll never compete. You're better than them if you are a person that has that integrated masculinity. But if you're a soy boy bitch that can't be competent and you can't exude masculinity in any way, shape, or form, the unintegrated masculine guy will always be better than you, because although there's hybristophilia and like, there's like, toxicity and all these bad things involved, at least he's a fucking man and at least he's confident and competent and you're not. So I do think that the alpha widow thing is real, but what we're talking about is broken women that haven't been able to distinguish either in the past or in the present, haven't been able to distinguish between what is a good man and then what is just a man versus someone that is a boy.
So first, I want to congratulate you, Scott, on the successful use of the word peacocking on my show at least 3 times. At least 3 times.
Right.
I mean, I nobody's ever done that before and not been laughed at, and that was awesome. So kudos to you. That was amazing. That was an excellent diatribe. I agree with everything you said. That I've always maintained that if there was such a thing as an alpha widow, that it was a woman who has actually been mentally damaged to the point that her idea of sex is not not one of love and companionship, but it is one of physical abuse. Basically, I can't actually. I don't want to get into it. I'm not going to make a diatribe.
Sex is vulnerability. Okay. And
Sure.
a woman can have pleasure in having that vulnerability in one of two ways. And one way is for a man to use, dominate, and control that vulnerability towards his own means and force you into pleasure. And then the other way is for a woman to feel safe and secure with that vulnerability and open up to you. The first is the alpha widow bitch. The second,
I like that. Also, Casimir about lost his mind about the arbitrary thing. You should see what he's very unhappy with you. He's not arbitrary, and very wrong. Bad Scott. That's what he said. Just helping you out, man.
Okay, you're not okay. You're right. They're not arbitrary. I gave definitions. I gave ways in which they aren't arbitrary. Thank you for being a nerd. I appreciate it. Yes, thank you.
That's awesome. Casimir got you. So I'm gonna, when my wife and I got married, one of the reasons that she told me that she chose me, obviously she was an attractive young girl. She's 11 years younger than me. I don't know if you knew that, but my wife's 11 years younger than me, and she was attractive and all that. I made her feel safe. It wasn't that I dicked her down better than anybody else, although hopefully that is part of it, but I made her feel safe. She didn't feel vulnerable when she was with me. Right. Or she could feel vulnerable in a specific way, but she didn't feel in danger when she's with. She never has. And that I think is really as much as I can distill what you said into a few sentences. That's a big part of it, I think. And women can associate things differently based on the circumstances that they encounter them. Right. And I agree with you. I agree with everything you said, and that was very good. And again, congrats on the use of peacocking multiple times.
Well, I think it leads to a much more dangerous conversation.
It does. It does.
And that question is what happens when you have a society that is a skewed masculinity? What happens when you have a society made up of a bunch of men that say we need to bring in immigrants? And a bunch of leftist soy boys. Well, what I mean to say is what happens to the female psyche and dating when the market is devoid of integrated masculinity and the only choices that are available to most girls are bitch soy boys or unintegrated toxic men.
We then have to ask the question, what happens when women are taught from an early age that masculine men who fight, who use foul language, who are aggressive, who say what they mean, who do all of these toxic masculinity traits and exhibit them publicly even. Mm-hmm. What happens to society when those women are taught virtually from birth that that's wrong and they should not be attracted to that? And it is absolutely wrong. Huh?
Right. What happens is that reality always asserts itself, but now they don't have the skills necessary to differentiate to differentiate between the criminal, the man that has no prospects, the man that is unintegrated versus the man that is. I think you can find there's a rise in a lot of fetishes and kinks involved.
Absolutely, there's absolutely.
You see this in the UK where there are a lot of women that are like deeply attracted to the not to the immigrant because it's different, but to the immigrant as a rapist, as a thug, as a criminal. And you're like, what the fuck is wrong with women? Women are so horrible. That they're like this. That's like kind of what you get from like the incel Twitter accounts and things like that. Isn't this proof that women are so horrible? But I think it's just a natural conclusion of a society where men's masculinity has been deeply suppressed and women's ability to differentiate between good and bad men have also been deeply suppressed. Reality asserts itself, and women will choose masculinity in any form over a lack thereof.
That is correct. I 100% agree with that. And we see that in countries like Japan, where they went very very anti-masculine for so long, and then all of the women are attracted to the masculine men. So,
I mean, the birth rate in Japan just dropped again. Like they just released
it's crazy, right? Like, have you read that?
It's down to 1.2.
That's crazy. K2 would like to know, where does one find these hoes, or not one? Where does one not find these hoes and find a proper girl? Then, good luck with that.
I mean, far be it from me, who is an every other weekend dad, to give you the best advice on how to do it right. But if I were to wager a guess, what I would say is that if you want to find a proper girl, then you need to be the type of guy that a proper girl wants. And so the first thing you need to do is you need to go out. You need to find a friend group in the thing that interests you. Maybe it's rock climbing. Maybe it's Magic the Gathering, whatever the fuck it is, right? Find a group, and you need to be physically fit. You need to be competent. But the main thing that you need to do is, whatever that friend group is, you need to honestly be the leader of that friend group. If you are the leader of a group, whatever that hobby is, whatever that interest is, and you're out in the world and you showcase that you're, at least whatever this microcosm thing is, that you enjoy, and you are assertive and you are dominant, but you're not a bully in any way. I'm not telling you to go fucking beat up Magic the Gathering nerds. What I'm saying is if you like Magic the Gathering, get out of the house and go to those tournaments, go meet those people, find you a friend group, and be the man that is the leader of that group. And you know what will happen is there'll be some nerdy Magic the Gathering girl there that sees you in that domain and sees your masculinity and sees you in that position of leadership amongst those people. And you'll make good friends, and you'll do things that you like, and you'll find a girl that likes you for the right reasons and also likes the things that you like. That's probably the best advice that I can give, but good fucking luck, because you're not finding these bitches on Tinder, and they're not just magically going to flock.
Oh, you find bitches on Tinder
a couple times. I mean, you'll find
bitches. I've heard the stories. You find bitches
women
on Tinder, that's for sure.
You're not going to find good women on dating apps. You're going to find good women when you are in a social circle that you're, or a cult, or start a cult. I mean,
I don't know what
plenty of broken girls.
This is a broken girl, I think. I don't know, or start a cult. That's we went straight dark.
I mean, that would be my best guess, right? Like, whatever it is that you actually like, go out, do it, make friends with it, have networks, and then be the man that is naturally the leader of that group. Be competent in what you're doing. If it's Magic the Gathering, oh, God damn it.
Again? Or am I just being really
chill? I'm just saying, like, you were, it was you cut up again, but it's okay. It's just like, go to a group, do the things that you love, be confident, be competent, get in shape, get your money right, be somebody that is a leader in that area, and like, it'll kind of just happen.
Well, even if you're a leader in something, or you are the guy who gets things done, I mean, even if you're like, it sounds stupid, but like, even if you're doing things for that club, people see you as a leader, and that's an attractive in and of itself to people outside that circle. I actually I have one of the guys that worked for me. He was in charge of making all the like hotel reservations and stuff, so we could get to the track and have somewhere to sleep. And for whatever reason, the way that he presented himself was he was he's the guy. And all of these like hotel desk clerk girls just loved him. They thought because he's the guy. He's the leader. He's the guy in charge. He
Mhm.
wasn't. I was, but that's irrelevant. I was married, so and I let him pretend that way. I thought it was very funny, and I had no idea how many dinners and phone numbers he got while we were traveling, but it was very interesting to that the being the leader. Scott's right. Being the leader at something is it is
Yeah, but just
attractive.
right. But like, if you're looking for a good girl, right? Like, not you're looking like not look. You're looking for someone you want to marry. Then you want to be the leader in a thing that you enjoy, or a thing
That's
that's
true too.
important in your life. You know what I mean? And because you're looking for someone that values things that you value, whatever it
Yeah,
is.
yeah,
You know what I mean? Like, whatever it is that you value, and so that'd be my best guess. But again,
yeah.
maybe I can give good advice because I've failed so many times. I've been a toxic guy before. I mean, like, I've
Yeah.
basically sworn off. I've basically gone MGTOW accidentally. Um, because I used to be a pretty toxic guy. I've done some horrible things to women, like nothing illegal. Um,
Very quick to add the nothing illegal
Well,
part.
I'm just saying, like one of my great. So like I'm an open book, right? I don't have skeletons in my closet like Destiny or people like that because I'm just an open book. So
That'd be
you
a
know what I mean?
great thing to talk about. We should talk about that.
Like,
Go
right?
ahead.
You know what I mean? Like at one point in time in my life, like I remember a girl that I knew she was vulnerable, and like I knew that she had like issues at home, and she was 19, and we were both in college together. So I just used her for sex and like cheated on her constantly, because I knew that she would always be there for that. Because I've been that guy before, and then I've been in long term relationships that didn't work out, and like now the where I am in my life, like I've got kids. I'm not trying to bring some girl over and be like, oh, don't mind the toddler toys. You know what I mean? Like, sorry, I left those in the way. You know what I mean? It's just like I've got too much of my own shit, and I just have no desire to like add some other person into this mix and complicate life more. So I don't know. Like, maybe I'm a bad example. Maybe the alpha guys will be like, look at this fucking loser. You know what I mean? But like I've had one night stands and sex like in the last few years, and then I just feel disgusting and gross and predatory when it happens, and then I'm like, oh yeah, that's not happening for another year. Like I'm good. I'm out. So like I don't know. So like maybe I should take my own fucking advice and get off the internet. But I like this too much.
Yeah, I'm not really sure the talking shit on the internet part is probably so
Probably
that's
the
a
least attractive. You know what I mean? Like of all of the
that's a small
name
pool
it
that you're
things.
fishing in that find that attractive.
And probably all of them are toxic. Like
Yeah, there, yeah,
almost all
yeah,
of the like
yeah.
if a
Ask
woman's like,
Destiny.
oh wow, oh
Ask Destiny.
oh wow, you yell at people on the internet and call them retards. I'm so wet right now. If like that girl is probably not worth adding to my
My
list.
wife thinks it's hilarious. My wife thinks it's so funny. She's like, "You're perfect for this, though. It's great. You should do that all the time." And it's really hilarious because I literally will tell people when they ask me like, "What do you do?" And I'm like, "Well, I do this and I do that," and sometimes I yell at people on the internet for money and and low morals. So actually,
All
that's not
right.
true.
I think the what I came to say tonight has kind of like come to an end, and now we're just kind of memeing. But I love this conversation. We should do more of
It's a
them.
great conversation. I'm actually really interested in your viewpoint on the latest Destiny foibles because I haven't really discussed it with anybody. So I'm like out
Man,
of the
it's
loop.
like it's like Destiny has always been an open, disgusting, lefty degenerate that has showcased poor morals and said fucked up things, and then like he does it again, and people are like, "Whoa, this is the time that's gonna kill him. Whoa, this is so bad." It's like literally all of you bitches knew, and you were in his DMs anyways because you knew that because you didn't care about his toxicity and his bullshit because you wanted clout. I don't like any of these girls. I don't look at any of them as fucking victims because they were dealing with a degenerate, fucked up guy for clout anyways. And he's always been that way. And it's like I don't know, man. Like, it's like, oh, the 50th time something like this has been showcased, I'm supposed to care now because it's worse than the other 49 times. It's like, dude showed you who he
You got
was
to
for
admit,
years.
that it's been a ramp, right? Like it started out kind of just like, yeah, he's an asshole. Okay, he's a loser. And then, okay, he's a degenerate. And then he gets divorced. And since he got divorced, man, it has been a death spiral, like just craziness. And
I mean, yeah, I mean, like it gets worse. I mean, the problem is this, right? Is when you are a content creator as a streamer, you cultivate an audience. And the bigger you get, the more it becomes difficult to change your audience without a lot of loss, right? So you and I have probably cultivated an audience of libertarian leaning right-wing people who, you know, like being entertained by some of the things that we discuss, and they're probably slightly higher IQ than the average person. I'm not saying your audience is like fucking all geniuses. I'm just saying that like this type of content doesn't appeal to like people with an IQ of 100, probably appeals to people with an IQ of like 110. Right, like
yeah,
a
no, I
little
think
bit
Mr.
smarter.
Delay is pretty smart. He's an engineer, so I feel like
Well, there's gonna be variability in both
outliers.
directions, right?
Yeah, I
But
got
like
you.
your core audience is probably like a 110 IQ, right wing, you know, libertarian leaning person that likes this type of content.
There you go, Scott. Got one from Anson Knowles for you.
I saw that. Scott will find himself a good libertarian woman, that 1/5 of 1% of the population, slim pickings. Here's where it gets worse. I prefer black women. So like I've dated my kids, right? I've definitely,
what are you doing to yourself?
I can't change who I am, brother. It's just who I am. I don't know what to tell you. But yeah, so what the fuck was I saying about? I was just like,
Hunting unicorns is what you're talking about.
Oh no, I was talking about Destiny and like audience capture, right? So it's like Destiny over and over and over again, he cultivated an audience that fed off of internet drama, debate bro stuff, and then finding people who were crazy or toxic in some way, bringing them on so that they could be crazy, and then like arguing with them and screaming at them and showing how crazy and stupid they were. Okay, well, the problem is that's a fickle audience, which is showcased by the fact that he made Hassan and he made Vosh, and Vosh got bigger than him and then got smaller than him, but Hassan blew out of the way, right? Like he made Hassan, he made Vosh, he lost big chunks of his audience to those people, right? Like it's a fickle audience, and they're not really ride or die type of people. So what are they there for? They're there for drama. They're there for, you know, screaming at crazy people. They're there for unhinged rants with some level of like political, you know, left wing bent to them. And then they're there to like feel superior because they told everybody else how dumb and retarded they were, because like they're the super smart, you know, good people that have the right political values. That's what his audience is. Well, what happens when you need to grow that audience constantly is that you need to constantly double down on all the behavior that your audience likes.
True.
So he needed to constantly double down and get worse and worse with drama, worse and worse with screaming at people, worse and worse with pretending to be morally superior because he has the right political opinions. Then you add a divorce. Then you add what looks to be like a fucking Adderall addiction. Then you add like Trump derangement syndrome and shit because he fucking went out to be crazy and toxic, and now he has to double down on it because he can't just be like, yeah, I went too far, my bad, because then his audience would abandon him. And then on top of that, he's always been a disgusting sex pest. I just like, I don't know, man. It's just like, yeah, that's him. I don't really give a fuck.
All right. Yeah. Okay. All right. It's an interesting dynamic for me because, you know, I don't have that years of history that you do. I came into this about a year ago. To me, Destiny is just originally was just like another leftist moron, and now I've understood that he's a complete bent dude, and you know, the whole thing with progressive victory where he denied it. And then he, you know, obviously he took a bunch of money from progressive victory to say a bunch of really stupid shit. And then, you know, all of the stuff
was probably a founder.
Huh?
I think he has more of like a founding role in Progressive Victory.
You think it was
Like
a
Destiny
founding
was.
role?
I don't think he was a founding role, but what I'm saying is he was probably the connection to all of those other people.
Yeah, well, so I mean, it
Right.
depends on who you believe. Brianna Wu was saying on with Connor one day that she picked Destiny because of who he was and how great an influence that he had, and blah blah blah. But it seems like that he was the last on board, and that Wu had initially approached all of the orbiters and kind of got them on board, and then went after. But who knows, man? They're all liars, so who cares? Yeah, I don't know. I just think it's an interesting dynamic.
The thing that you have to. Oh, thanks. Our mom says, "QQ, are men more dermatitis to caffeine, or is that just my man? This can wait." Well, I got to the "this can wait" at the
Quick
end.
question:
But,
are men more dermatitis to calf? I
I don't know what that
get.
means.
I don't get what that means.
I don't know. Dermatitis is a skin is like means you have is rash. What? Anyways,
Yeah.
she'll clarify. She'll clarify.
Yeah,
But
thanks for the $5 though. My man needs the
appreciate it.
$5. So
I do need the $5. I'm broke. All right. I'm not rich like fucking unreasonable man over here. No, the thing about that you have to understand about Destiny, right, is that Destiny was a pro StarCraft 2 player for Root Gaming. Okay. He wasn't on Team Liquid or anything, but he was a professional esports StarCraft streamer.
Yeah.
Okay. And then he took a large portion of that audience and went into politics. So there were other political streamers in like the Twitch, streaming space, but he was the first big political streamer to ever exist. Right? There were people that made political content on YouTube and videos and video essays, of course. But in terms of streaming politics and streaming debates regularly and streaming like research and streaming reactions to things, he was kind of the first big name to do it. There were other people that did it, but he was the first one with a significant audience. And so Destiny utilized his hedonistic dick behavior, to bring in a bunch of girls and, give them audiences and give them clout. And on top of IRL streaming with people like Hassan, for example, they would like walk around all the time back when Hassan was like just Cenk Uyghur's nephew that made like a bunch of like college bro toxic masculinity videos about how he smashes bitches and bitches are dumb. And then eventually became, an icon of the left and, which is hilarious. Right. So like he made the entire space. Like without Destiny, there isn't a Twitch poll debate. So that's why so many people on the left have like such a love or like love-hate relationship with him, is that like their careers exist because of him. And then he created all of these orbiters, and then there were people that like came in because there's now an audience there that weren't necessarily DGG orbiters or anything, but they were there because there was a space there. There was money to be made there. There was an audience to get there where one didn't exist before. So like that's kind of why Destiny has so much, like, because you're like, why does this dude who has as many views as like 100 other people I know have like so much of a name in this space? It's because he made the fucking space.
Gotcha. Okay. All right.
There's the history.
What else you want to talk about? What else you want?
I want to. Nothing. I'm ready to wrap up, I think.
That's never happened. Somebody write this shit down. Scott.
No. I doubled up on the weekends with my kids because they were like sick another weekend. So I got to like go to the bank tomorrow and then like get ready to like have my kids over for the weekend again.
Okay. So you need to drop off, and you need to go get some shut eye.
I need to like wind down. I don't know about you, but like this gets me amped up. I can't sleep for like a couple hours after a stream.
Right. Yeah. Well, I go to sleep like a baby, man. I'm not kidding.
Not me.
I will literally like walk. So I will walk out of the studio. I'll walk across the yard. I get into the house. I'll wave to my wife while she's watching Chinese soap operas in the middle of the night, because why, I don't know. And then I will go to bed, and then eventually she'll come in and wake me up, because that's what she does. And but I go to, I pass out, man. I'm an old guy. I'm old, man. Don't confuse it. I'm old. I'm 53 years old, dude.
Also, so she was asking, are men more sensitive to caffeine? I don't know.
I have no fucking clue.
I have no yeah, I asked Grok out of curiosity, and like it's inconclusive. So
what do you think about all of the AI stuff that's going around? What do you think about that?
Oh, I'm 100% on the AI train. I celebrate. Let me put it to you this way. Every single artist and every single office worker who gets fired because their job is replaced by AI, I celebrate that as a success for human progress. And I don't mean that in a callous way. I think that that's wonderful and amazing for the human species, every single job that is lost to AI. And I can't wait for all of the truckers to lose their jobs because they got replaced by self-driving cars. I understand that a bunch of Luddites are like, oh no, how are the farriers make money now that the car is being mass produced? And they're like, the truckers will lose their jobs. What will they do? You were talking about the greatest labor saving device that has ever been invented in all of human history, and it is going to massively reduce the prices in goods and services throughout the entire world, and it is going to lead towards extreme innovation and progress for the humanity as a whole, and I fucking love it. It is a tool that should be utilized to its full capacity and invested in as much as anyone has a fucking brain to invest in something.
Well, a lot of my listeners are truck drivers, so I'm going to be hearing about this one.
Yeah, it sucks. It sucks. Well, because like here's the thing: people are like, "Oh, they're gonna like." No, self-driving cars fucking suck in the city. So what's going to happen? That means the shitty truck drivers that have shitty track records and don't own their own truck because they're not like an operator contractor, right, are going to lose their jobs. And then the people that are operator contractors that do good work are going to be driving shit around the cities, and they're not going to be doing long distance treks anymore. And you know what's going to happen when self-driving vehicles replace all the truckers is the cost of literally everything that has to be shipped across the country is going to go down. The cost of food is universally going to become cheaper. The cost of every electronic is going to become cheaper. Bedding is going to become cheaper. Clothes are going to become cheaper. Everything is going to be cheaper when that happens. And when things get cheaper, okay, and prices go down, there's all kinds of market opportunity for new jobs that tons of businesses were like, ooh, I could hire new employees, but the market's not really there for it yet. Or like this project's too expensive and like the expertise I need would cost me like probably $26 an hour, but I wouldn't make any money off of it. And then once prices go down and AI replaces jobs, they're gonna be like, oh yeah, I can easily hire somebody for $26 because this tool is going to allow me to hire 1/3 the people for the output that I'm going to be able to put out. So all types of new jobs will be created in areas that we never even thought possible or wouldn't even think of. Meanwhile, all of the things that are expensive now that are luxury items will become commonplace items. Like, you know, refrigerators and AC units used to be a thing only rich people had. I fucking hate the anti-AI people. It pisses me off to no end. In 1997, the first flat screen TV became available to the market. It was Fujitsu. It was a 480p TV. It was 42 inches and it was over 40 pounds. And it cost somewhere between $17,500 to $20,000. Adjusted for inflation, that's about $30,000 in today's dollars. Now I can go to Walmart and I can buy a fucking Hisense TV that's 40 inches, 1080p with Roku built in for $124. Please shut the fuck up, anti-AI people. I hate it. I will debate anybody on AI. Being against AI is the dumbest shit ever.
What's your favorite subject to debate right now? What's your favorite subject to debate right now, Scott?
I don't know that I have a favorite. You know, it's just like I get passionate. I'm so ADHD that I can get passionate about anything mid debate.
You don't have
You know
like
what
a
I mean?
really
Like,
like
for
you
a
don't have like a
while,
really favorite thing right now that like you've just done a deep dive on to really get into?
I mean, like, so like for a while it was trans stuff because I'm like, I know I've read a fuck ton of queer theory and I have different opinions on stuff like that. And I've read a lot of critical race theory and stuff.
I actually really
So
like it when you slam Doobie and some of those other guys on because they'll bring up some trans issue and you'll be like, "No, you're wrong. I read this. I know what I'm talking." That's great, man. Because they didn't. They did not read it at all.
mhm.
Anson Knowles, thanks for the $5, man. AI isn't going to fix anything. It's just a market distortion, a misallocation of resources caused by the printing of money. That's his favorite phrase today, by the way, is printing of money. I think he's used that 6 times in the various shows today. And he's
So he's wrong and he's not wrong. Okay, is my opinion. And
no,
so
he's
I'll
always
answer
wrong
your
and not
question when
wrong
you
at the
debate.
same time. It's normal.
Well, no, I would say like I would say it's completely wrong to say that it's just a misallocation of resources. That's all it is, or that it is just a market disruption. Like, no, it's a labor saving device, right? Like
It
labor
is.
saving devices are huge. And when they're invented, they have always been good for the economy and good for people, right? If I build a machine that makes labor safer and allows me to have less labor or, have more productivity for the labor that I put in, that's a good thing. But he's not wrong in saying that the misallocation of resources and inflation makes things like automation and AI cheaper to do, right? Like, so like if I raise minimum wage, it takes a long time for the market to correct for that minimum wage. Or if I cause artificial inflation, it takes a while for the market. And so the initial investment into labor saving devices and automation is like, can be where the money is at. So in a way, AI and automation gets more money than it should get in a free market because of money printer go burr. And so like he's not wrong in that like it might be too invested in that domain, but that doesn't like dissuade me from my original argument.
Yeah. $5 comes in
Yes,
from
you can super chat me questions in my stream, bitches.
I know. Like it should be a super chat battle. Like we're winning on my side. $5
sure.
from
It's
K2
okay.
Keep on Trucking. Scott, you're wrong. They already have that for a long distance. It's called trains. Those will be AI too. And then the trucks go to the rail yard and pick them up. So look, I think that there's still going to be a need for professional truck drivers, but a lot of the drivers that work for, like Swift, for example, will finally be off the road. Did you see
Capital
that?
Science paid me 99 cents with no comment. He's like, shut it. It's basically just like, whatever, dude. Here's your $1. You want a super chat? Here you go.
Honestly, that's like
Thank
the
you.
best fuck you of the night right there. That's I ain't gonna lie.
It, Capital Science.
There we go. Ticky tack.
Sorry, Scott. Libertarians don't have money. You might want to switch demographics. That's not true. Libertarians do have plenty of money. It's just that they're fucking autistic and they're not stupid with their money. So they don't just pay people for no reason. They're like, hey, do you bring me value? Can you give me value? So they're smarter with their money. Lefties, especially, and socialists are like, oh, I like this person. Solidarity. We need to give them money. And that's why lefties make so much money. But I love you guys nevertheless. And I would never pick a dumb audience over an audience that just pays me a little more. I appreciate it. And then Silver Ogre paid $5 just to match chat. All right. Go ahead. What you're saying about trains.
All right. So yeah, I mean, I get the arguments, but there will always be some usefulness for professional drivers. But I agree with you. It's a labor saving device. I mean, look at just 3D printing, right? Like 3D or 5-axis machining. Like I remember when we started looking into 5-axis machining, it was horrible. It didn't really work, but the promise was there that it would.
Yeah,
You could load.
early adopters that waste their money on it, and then eventually it gets better.
Yeah, and it was so cool how it went from this barely make one part to making, a room full of, you have a room size 5-axis mill that makes 100 parts at a time, and it's just so fast, and it's great. The and it's guys, I don't know if you guys aren't seeing what's going on over in Scott's chat. We're getting smoked.
Yeah.
The,
Stacy said she could match anything and then just put $20 up.
yeah. But it, so like 5-axis machining, it's revolutionized the manufacture of small production run machining, right? I mean, you to the point where it's crazy where it's at. And
so I want to do your super chat justice when talking about trains, right?
Yeah.
Right. I want to reward people that pay money for, like, I want to answer that fully about the I'm wrong thing.
Yeah.
So it's interesting that you bring up trains for a couple of reasons. Number one, until the 1980s, there were massive regulations and taxes on the trucking industry to prevent trucking from overtaking the railroad industry. Like, railroad industry massively lobbied the government. One of the big reasons for the Civil War isn't beyond, obviously slavery is a big thing, and free white labor, etc. But one of the big reasons for it was that the South was heavily tariffed, and much of those taxation went towards the railroad industry and congressmen that owned stock in rail companies, so that they could push the railroads out west. And then that habit of protecting the railroad industry with massive regulation to stop competition that stopped the railroad industry from actually innovating went on until the 1980s. And then it wasn't long after that Congress ended up having majority stock in Amtrak. Amtrak is one of those companies that is predominantly owned by our own government. And there's like some like payoff thing in contracts, and they don't actually control much of it, etc. It gets complicated in that regard. But like, yeah, you're not wrong that trains, do push resources, and then trucks pick them up. But there's not enough railway in our country to engage in that. But one of the reasons is because of the massive involvement of the state in this. And so again, I think my argument holds that if we get the fucking regulation in the state out of it, and we allow private enterprise to make innovations, that it reduces prices and makes things better. And yeah, like trains will run, and then there'll be automated trucks,
GTS coming through.
ZT Den donated $25 super chat. Because I can, Stacy.
You can't hear it because you're not on YouTube, but ZD Den donated $25 because I can, Stacy.
I appreciate it.
And then we got K2 coming back at you. I believe he means to say AI can't build a set of wiggly wagons for two different buildings, break it, drop one off, pick up an empty one, and so on. Not yet, they can't, but in theory, they could. But he's right. That it will take a long time for that to come about. There's a lot.
Yeah. My argument. Right. My argument isn't like, fuck the truckers, I can't wait for them all to be, gone because I hate truckers. And my argument isn't that like AI or self-driving vehicles is going to replace all the truckers. What I said in the beginning is what I still stand by, which is that like long distance trucking, right, that is predominantly on highways of like regular goods will be the first thing that gets replaced. And the people that are underperforming and aren't owner operators will be the ones that get replaced, right? The people that like that have a good track record, that are owner operators you'll see a growth in them doing short distance, or, kind of like what you're describing, I think, because I'm not sure what the fuck wiggly wagglies are. Cause I'm not a trucker.
When you see the two we call them tandems.
Okay, yeah, tandems. I've heard tandems, right? Like when you're talking about irregular loads, right? When you're talking about, things like that require more skill, you're absolutely right that AI is not going to be able to do that tomorrow. It's going to take a long time. But it is an asymptote, right? Or exponential. Sorry, it is an exponential, right? Like it builds off of itself. So once self-driving cars become a regular thing, the amount of time it took to make self-driving cars, it won't take that long before it can start doing things like that and do it better than humans. But you're always going to need humans to manage things. So for my super chat, Anson popped into my chat just to say, so Scott doesn't get his cold libertarian lack of feelings hurt. And Mr. Bulle also hopped in my chat and said, my libertarian neighbor, Anson Knowles, posted a newspaper ad selling his collection of Star Trek ships. And here I thought he believed in free enterprise.
That's pretty funny.
It's
geeky, but it's pretty funny. Mr. Boulay is awesome. He's a good dude. He especially comes up with these very interesting tactical soap ads. So
yeah, I've seen those. Yeah. Hold on. Let me show you something before I get out of here, since we're talking about the fear of AI. I found this the other day, and it is the most hilarious and terrifying thing I've ever seen. Okay, so first let me share screen. Okay, can you get audio through the screen share?
Usually, yeah.
Okay, so first, this is an ad from Clone Robotics, okay? And what they're doing is they're basically like trying to develop androids with an entire human musculoskeletal system. Mm-hmm. Probably more likely than not to develop better prosthetics, right? So they posted this as their own ad, and I don't know who told them this was a good idea, but this is how they decided to show the world what they were working on. First of all, what the fuck?
Right?
Okay. What the fuck? But I showed you that to show you this, which is this tweet thread that says, hope the guys making this thing are recording a bunch of increasingly ominous audio logs about the process onto individual USB sticks and scattering them around the facility. I'm going to share this with you, chat, because what occurred after that, what is in this thread, it is the most beautiful thread I've ever read on Twitter. It had me dying last night as I went through all these. Martinez has been on my ass again about the kill switch code not being fixed yet. God, he won't shut up about it. I keep telling him it'll only take a few days to fix after I get back from my skiing trip, and we'll patch it in after the machines go live. He never listens to me. It is hundreds of these. Final log. During testing today, I watched the unit crush a fly. When prompted as to why, it said, nothing weak shall flourish. Tonight, a small group of us are planning to meet about a course of action. Whether Hellstrom likes it or not, we're shutting the program down. It's just,
this is awesome.
Writing and like this one, the code to secure this to the secure wing is 47288. One moment, I'm going to investigate the strange noise coming from the air shaft. It's just hundreds of people putting together like USB sticks from the factory of this place, like it's a fucking Fallout or fucking BioShock game, and it's amazing. So I sent you the link. It is worth a read.
That's great.
I was dying reading that the other night.
Have you ever actually seen the inner workings of how they have that, for lack of a better word, like it's on an elastomer cable, but it responds to electricity, and it's basically muscle tissue, except it's like polymer or something, and that's how that's the next generation of prosthetics. It is crazy.
Oh, yeah, I mean, like, so what they were doing in that video is they were sending electric signals through it. to like they had hung it up and then they were sending electric signals like in a way that like mimic our autonomic nervous system.
Yeah.
So that these prosthetics, you know, theoretically, when built, will literally be able to replace like your own tissue and get the same electric signals that an arm would get.
Right.
It's wild. It's
pretty crazy stuff. Pretty crazy stuff.
But I'm not for making an android and hanging it up on meat hooks and torturing it and being like, isn't this cool, guys? Seems like a bad idea. I don't know if Hollywood fucking, you know, whatever, but like, can we not? You
can't make it up. You can't make that shit up. $5 comes back in from K2 Keep On Trucking. There's not that many owner operators left. Companies are left companies, bro. Yeah, he's right.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, he's right. I can't say who he works for. But he works for a big company. So
I'm actually just curious. I'm Googling, or not Googling. I'm grokking what data there is and percentages of that. Just out of pure curiosity. So it's roughly 49% or 1.7 million are owner operators.
Yeah.
So I don't know what not that many means, which is 1% less than half.
Up where he's at.
Owner Operator Drivers Association and some industry analysis suggests a lower percentage. So so the Owner Operator Independent Drivers Association says that they believe it's 16%. The American Trucking Association says that it's 49%. So maybe he's fucking right. I don't know. The discrepancy rises from different.
I think it's how they count it. I think one of them is counting basically anyone that drives a heavy, you know, anyone with a commercial license, whereas he's the other really only care about over the road.
It's leases. So the discrepancy is that the OOIDA is only counting people that like have basically paid off their vehicle, and like aren't leased to some other company or like kind of like rent to own situation.
Sure. Yeah.
That's fair enough. Yeah, I mean, like if it's more like 15%, then yeah, I don't know what that many means, but yeah, you're probably right. I don't care. I don't care if people go out of business because of AI. It's good. Like it sucks for you. It sucks for the farriers, right? Whose whole job was to make horseshoes for horses when cars were made, right? Like I understand. What level of transferability of skills is a farrier? Like, are they going to be some other type of blacksmith? You know, like, no, like they lost their jobs and that's sad that isn't a thing. But like, you know, the best of the best will still do it. And the rest will have to find, you know, new jobs. That's creative destruction in an economy. It is going to be interesting to see when the pace of creative destruction increases, what that does to the economy, right? Like when people invest their lives in a business or in a type of skill, and then that skill overnight is kind of like no longer valuable, like, and that's happening at a quicker and quicker rate because of the exponential increase in technology. Like, what is that going to do? And is that going to be destructive to our culture? Maybe.
Well, if we go by what happened with, and just use your example of farriers, Chip and Flynn is right. They're still out there and they make great money because there just aren't that many, right? Like,
right. But it's like 99% of the farriers went out of business once cars became like widely available. But also it didn't happen.
But they became mechanics to work on the cars, right?
Sure. I mean, they had to learn and educate themselves.
They went into a new trade.
Skill.
If you're a tradesman, you are going to go into a new trade, right?
Right.
So
I'm just saying, become a welder or something, because that job's never going away. Even when the machines replace you, they're still going to need human welders.
Yeah, actually, that's an accurate thing. My that's why my brother does that. He's a welder. And they've actually talked about bringing in robots to do the welding, and that it's odd to think about it, but by the time it's all said and done, it's the human doing it is still a better option currently.
Yeah, so that's kind of the thing. It's like, we'll see. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, things change, right? $5 comes in from Anson Knowles. AI is my precious. She gets me better than any woman ever could also known as intelligent robotic women will end the human race. Oh, have you heard about it? In Japan, they've actually had a dude marry a synthetic person robot.
Yeah,
thing.
there's always
Sex
some
doll.
weirdo. Like, I mean, like I remember like 15 years ago when some hippie married a tree. You know what I mean? Like, cool weirdos exist at some point. Nut picking.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Have you
like
seen? But have you seen the latest
maybe hold on.
robot?
Coming full circle. We're going full circle, boys. We're going all the way back to the beginning. Libertarians have the solutions to the problems because when the women have to compete with the AI robots because the free market unleashed a horde of plastic whores, what's going to happen is that the women are going to have to become better. All right. The women are going to become fucking amazing. They're all going to learn how to gluck 5,000 and they're all going to be home cooks that like educate themselves. They're going to become amazing because they have to compete with the fucking, the Nancy bot 5,000 and I'm for it.
All right. All right.
For real though, that could be a problem. Like, we'll have to see what happens when that occurs, man. I don't know, man. That's a tough one. I don't have all the answers.
You've got to see. So, we have to do a discussion one night on the next evolution of androids because they're literally, it's crazy what they're doing with these things now. Like,
oh god, yeah.
Nuts. It's crazy.
Well,
so
like, here's the real scary thing.
About that.
Everything they can do with androids is only like a year or two away from doing to trans men. All right. So just be afraid because in like 10 years, you're not going to be the we can always tell crowd stock is going to be going way down.
Yeah. Oh, before I forget, we got to talk about one thing. $2 comes in from Anson Knowles again. Chadbot will just replace the men. That's hilarious.
That's already a fucking thing, dude. You go on Twitter and you see these accounts that like sold a New York Times bestseller book that you've never heard of, and they have like 400,000 followers, and you're just like, I know none of this is real. You know what I mean? Like you have like the same milquetoast dumb journalist opinions as like a billion other people, and you have these giant. I don't know what percentage of that is bots and what percentage of that is USAID money, but like that's a fucking like we're already there, brother. The chat bots have already replaced us.
No, we're talking about like he said Chad bots, so the robots that look like dudes. The interesting thing is like one of our cohort has done a bunch of streams about these synthetic people kind of deal, robots, androids, whatever the fuck you want to call them. The technology is insane right now. It's really, really scary right now. Before we end tonight, Scott, because I get the feeling you look like you're ready to peace out. So, Debate Con. Probably going to be in Nashville. I did talk to James about having you on. And he's like, well, there's a couple of problems. First, it's really hard to get leftists because they feel like they're going to get beat up.
Was that modern day debates?
Yeah, modern day debates.
I probably burned that bridge. I was talking about it the other night because, like, dude DM'd me because Rob Noor and I were kind of talking shit because I
brought you two up.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so well, you don't know. You don't know. Oh,
no,
this is great.
No, he DM'd me and was like,
yeah.
Hey guys, I heard you both mentioned in an objective and non-gossipy way that you felt like MDD rarely lets you on. Rarely lets me on is weird because I did one debate.
I did that.
And then I appreciate it, but he left me on red for like a week now.
Yeah.
So.
Well, so James is a weird dude. So I'm actually helping with DebateCon 6. It's going to be here in Nashville. I'm handling most of the operations part of it. One of the things we're definitely going to have is we're going to have a kind of impromptu debate area for people who come to watch the debates to debate, and I'm trying to get we're going to have at least 1 or 2 rooms where the debates are going to be going on all the time. I keep trying to make the point to James that yes, obviously people are coming to see the headliners, but people will also come to see the guy with 2,000 subscribers, but that
some of it are going
Destiny.
to come because they're in it for the love of the game.
Right. And they're going to come to watch, you, who's, gone up against some of the top debaters out there and held your own. And I told James point blank, I said, Rob Noor is probably the best debater, period. I don't care which side you want to pick. I think he's top shelf. And I said, I think second would be Scott. I said, I think it's really hard to beat Scott in a debate. He knows his positions. He understands where what his lines of logic are and all of that. So he's just really, really hard.
Well, I told him
he
DM'd me. He DM'd me and was like talking about. I was like, look, people don't really like the political stuff, and I'm like, okay, but you do political stuff. And he's like,
well, he's basing that on a very poor assumption. And we talked about that.
Regardless. Let me just say what he said, right?
Yeah, sorry.
So, no. And he was like, we don't really get many views on stuff like that unless it's like trans issues or something. And I was like, yeah, I know. I did a trans debate, like with Django's Science Lad, and it was so good that you were like, we've got to get you up against somebody better. Then you were like, oh, Vosh. And then I was like, and then you DM'd me back and was like, hey, do you have beef with Vosh? Like, what's going on? Vosh really refuses to debate you in any way. And then they didn't talk to me for 2.5 years and left me on red a bunch of times. And I told him, I was like, but I said in the debate, in the message, I was like, so naturally I assumed I'd been blackballed or something, but maybe not, maybe that's not what's going on. You just you need the click. Oh, God damn it. There we are.
Because I could literally watch it on my screen over there. It's in the software, so I may need an update or something. Whatever.
So I told him, I was like, but he was like, but mostly what we do is like, what we get good views and stuff is the religion debates, because that's where we start and stuff. And I was like, you do know, by the way, that I'm an objectivist, and I'm probably one of the only right wingers you could bring on that would argue a right wing objectivist, full logic that isn't a behavioral humanist lefty guy that would argue against Christians and Muslims for atheism, right? Like, I'm not just an ANCAP that only does politics. Like, I can go through that debate. And then, so he left me on red. So I was like, you basically DM'd me to be like, hey man, get some better clout. And then I'm like, all right, cool, I guess. I haven't been blackballed.
So here's what he told me is that it's hard for him to go to somebody that has a big following to debate somebody that has a smaller following and get and knowing that they're probably going to get trashed. He knows you're a good debater. He understands that you're going to probably destroy whoever they put against you. And those people aren't willing right now currently to.
There's nothing in it for them. There's nothing in it for like them to get trounced by a small guy that's not going to bring them in views.
And I told it. So he told me the same thing about religion. So he's basing this off of some, I think, flawed data. I said, you're much better off, instead of debating religion, you're much better off to debate issues and positions or prompts, right? Like, in that way, you're not putting Christianity against Muslim. Who cares? Nobody cares about that argument anymore. You're much better to say, give a prompt that you can define through a Christian worldview, or you can have a secular worldview or whatever. And that's what's working for Andrew. That's why he's building this massive.
So just real quick, Stacy Pastry said, some asshole said you got a $25. So I'm keeping up to my word and will subtract from future donations. And then she donated $50. So she's just calling out your chat for saying they can match.
Calling out ZT Den.
So
but
you got to beat $50 there, buddy, in his chat.
ZD Den's a girl, so
is Stacy Pastry. So apparently the
so it's
girls
girl on girl
like one of the
crime.
few. It's girl on girl violence right now.
So,
lesbians do have the highest rates of domestic violence. Just saying.
Yeah, so it's an interesting thing. You know, it's like
Not really.
Rob has such a reputation, and as do you, for absolutely destroying the person opposite you, that they're having trouble getting people to debate you, or finding people that are willing to sit across a table from you. I'm trying to fix that. I don't believe that. I think that there's other guys out there, and I don't know that. I keep making the point to him that in terms of people watching, you know, people are paying money to see that debate live. I didn't watch any of the debates in when I was at DebateCon, except for the ones that Andrew, and I watched most of the political ones in person.
Mm-hmm.
Now, maybe online that's different. Having the political debates on Sunday when people go to church is probably, you know, weird, but
that is funny. Well, it's just like, so like, you know, look, there are also small lefty guys that you should bring on too. Like Non-Fon is a good example. Like that's
Non-Fon is a great example.
You know what I mean? Like that's a guy that deserves it doesn't, like, you don't need, just because I'm a good debater doesn't mean that you need to match me up with like Vosh on a letter card or something. Like you can also do small debates and just do them more frequently and have other things. I don't, maybe they're worried that it'll upset them in the YouTube metrics or something, but
yeah, that's the thing. It's all about, he's all about the analytics. He's all about the numbers. And what I'm trying to tell him is that, okay, you can have that. We'll have a main stage where you have 10 guys over there duking it out in 5 debates, but let's have 3 smaller stages where I get you and Non-Fon to debate, conservatism versus liberalism. You know,
it was like we could do like, you know, like we did a debate on Admiral Gibbs on socialized healthcare. You know what I mean? Like that was a good debate.
Yeah, that's a great.
You know what I mean? Like there, right? Like there are plenty of smaller people that you can grab them. But I mean, like, I'm not mad because dude has an entertainment show, wants it to succeed,
his brand,
and follows and following, you know, stuff like that. I had just assumed wrongly, apparently, that I had been blackballed because I did great on a debate show and then got left on red for 2.5 years. After the only other time they responded was, hey, Vosh really doesn't want to debate you and doesn't like you. He was like, what did you have happen with Vosh? And I was like, nothing. I'm an ANCAP. And the only other ANCAP he's debated was when he pretended to debate an ANCAP, but it was really one of his friends. And then in the series of like a 1.5 hour debate, he completely converted a total ANCAP to anarcho-syndicalism and Marxism. And it was like, that's the only time. Yeah, magically the ANCAP became a fucking ANSIN. It's like the dude's afraid to debate ANCAPs because he knows that I'll call him out on bullshit, and he likes to put forward a caricature. And then after that, any other time I DM'd him, it was just like either left on red or just ignored. So I was like, oh, I guess I piss off Vosh or something. I don't know. But it's like
I actually suggested
an entertainment show.
I suggested that one of the best debates they could have, and that would be watched by a massive number of people, would be Rob Noor versus Sink.
Who's Sink?
Sink Ugar, Wager, however you say his fucking name.
Chink. Oh, like Chink. Yeah.
Chink.
Oh God, yeah. The two of them, the amount of jowls that'll be fucking wriggling in that fucking debate would be so fucking amazing to see. Both of them would just be fucking like angry and fucking cheeks shaking in that fucking debate. Would be so good. Like you could isolate the audio of just the jowls flapping in that debate and turn it into an ASMR
maybe we could get some spittle
video. Just like they could, there, you could literally have a standalone video that's just back and forth. Just isolate out the words, and that would be an amazing debate. Just Jowls versus Jowls. If you had Rob Noor versus Chink, because both of them would get so pissed and angry so quick.
Yes,
but both of them would know not to like scream an F slur or something. You know,
right,
they'd be fine.
right. Yes. It's literally a debate. Oh, we had TPS coming in.
ZT then donated $60.
Someone said $60, no
Super chat.
words.
No words.
So what you can't hear is the TTS reads it in a very sultry British lady voice.
Oh, that's that AI fucking, just taking all our jobs.
The
You could have
TTS,
hired
yeah.
someone, you know what I mean? But the evil capitalist in you wouldn't hire someone to read out.
I did have
those
someone
messages.
that used to read the TTS or the super chats for me, and the other day she was like, "So the TTS keeps me from reading the super chats." I'm like, "Yeah." Is what it is.
So you as the evil capitalist have actually replaced jobs and left people in poverty because you're hoarding wealth so that you can have touch to speech.
Yes.
Text to speech.
Also, yes.
How dare you? How dare you?
Weird. But I really do think that your chat is off the chain. Stacy Pastry just sent in $10. Silvar Ogre is a great mod and a giant female genitalia. Love you, Silvar. That's funny.
My two resident boomers going at it.
Oh, that's funny.
Actually,
I think
Arthur
Die better. Arthur Die is really good. But I mean, so the debates that I want to see happen, I don't really care up ticket because it's just going to be a bunch of people like Brianna Wu again, who's fucking weak as shit. I don't want to see weak ass popular debaters that just regurgitate the same thing over and over because they're afraid of losing clout. I don't want to see that. I don't think anybody else does. I think people want to see someone like Rob Noor versus Chink or Rob Noor. Well, Rob Noor versus fucking anybody is going to be funny as shit.
Yeah, I mean, like the best debate was, AJW versus Pisco. It wasn't the letter card, but it was, one of the minor debates as far as I saw. And
that was an impromptu, that was totally unplanned because somebody else canceled.
Oh, okay. But I mean, but the thing is that like AJW is like, he's only good when he's doing criminal justice debates. Anytime he strays away from criminal justice, and when I say criminal justice, I mean like crime. Like when he's talking about crime and DAs and the way that they talk about crime and crime data, like AJW does great. Pisco he's entertaining. I'll give him that. I find his argumentation to be pathetic, but I don't know. I'm a fucking snob, and that's okay. I'm not mad at modern day debates for following the trends and following their algorithm and following the clicks and the clout. I don't know that that's a good long-term solution for their growth or for them to do that, but maybe it is. Maybe we're both wrong, right? Like maybe we're both too white-pilled and we're too much like in it for the love of the game, and we just don't realize that the midwits like the same popular people and they show up for the same popular people, and we're over here trying to do this, it's going to be so much better if we do it like this. But at the end of the day, people come for name recognition and for clout, and that's just how the game actually is played. And he's right and we're wrong, and I just got to get bigger, and that's fine. Tell me that. And he DM'd and he kind of told me that, and that's fine. But I was like, but don't tell me like, oh, but the religion debates. It's like, dude, I'll debate any of your fucking Christian apologetics as a right winger right now. And I'll go through why free will can be derived from existence exists and why we can do that from cognition and volition and, the law of identity, and not be like, oh, consequentialism, humanism. Don't you value fucking, good things over the bad things?
What I'm going to propose,
I've seen that debate on modern day debates like 100 times, though. It's just like it's boring to me.
What I want to propose this week is we do have an up ticket. He can have his 5 or 10 mainstream major debates. I want to have a separate room, maybe 2, where we have down ticket debates.
When would it be?
It's going to be the 1st of October. in Nashville. Not the first. I mean, it'll be that first week.
I'll definitely go. I'll definitely go because that's. I'm not going to give you the exact date, but I'll say that's within 15 days of my birthday too.
Oh, nice. So what I want to do is I want to have a room where we can have an impromptu debates, but also a room where we have down ticket debates. Guys like you, Nor. I would love to have Nor on the main ticket. To be honest, I think he would just tear sink a new asshole, and it would be so huge. I want to see, I want to see DPH. I want to see him debate. I think you and DPH would be a great debate.
I also understand that it's difficult to book me, and I recognize that for debaters, it's difficult to book me because you have
things going on.
Me, and well, no, I don't mean that. I mean you have to DM me and be like, "What's your position on this?" Because somebody like Rob Knorr, you can guarantee is going to be, or not guarantee, but you can usually say he's going to take what the side that most Republicans are taking.
Sure.
And I'm an ANCAP. So it's I might be fucking, you know what I mean? Like you have to DM me and be like, what's your position on Israel Palestine? What's your position on drug legalization in this way? And then there's a lot of bad assumptions that bookers have, and they won't even DM me because they'll be like, oh, he thinks this, because they don't actually understand what ANCAPs believe. And it's I'm not mad that they don't understand what some fucking ideology that most people don't understand believes, you know what I mean? So I'm not mad at the guy. I want to make that clear. I'm not mad at the guy. I just think it's weird to DM me and be like, religious debates are what we need. And then I'm like, hey, I'm a right-wing atheist. I will destroy your Christians from the right, and then leave me on red for a week. And it's why'd you even DM me if you were just leaving me on red for a week?
Look, I was trying to give him money and he left me on red for 2 weeks.
All right.
Don't feel bad.
He's just shitty at fucking getting DMs, I guess. Right,
and he literally told, the whole reason that I'm involved is because he literally told me he is horrible at just small task organization. He's just terrible at it. He knows that about himself. So one of the reasons I'm involved is he's bad at it and I'm good at it. And so I'm looking for the venue now. I'm trying to get it set up so we have 2 to 3 rooms. We're actually he's trying to get some pretty big names to come out. I'm trying to get some normal. I'm trying to get people that are in the debate space will know, and I like the idea of non-fawn. I like the idea of DPH. I like the idea of some of these other guys coming in, and maybe they can't, but
right.
Even if you just come to hang out and watch the debates and participate, you're going to pick up debates anyway. So one of the things that I think is, one of the things he is absolutely convinced of is the need for side debates, right? And so
I think you need equal parts substance along with the entertainment, right? Because people will come for the entertainment, but you'll build true fans from substance. And sometimes I think you got to find people that aren't that good, except for in a very specific domain, right? So somebody like Corey Campbell. Corey Campbell's not a great debater on a panel. He does better in 1v1 conversations, but even still, he can be kind of boring. But if you get this guy to talk about pharmaceutical IP, he's 10 out of 10. Right. He's in a PhD program as a microbiologist. He has strong opinions on IP and stuff. And that's why you need to pay somebody, if you're going to be as big as Modern Day Debates, that looks out for shit like that and goes,
I'm doing it for free.
Right. But regardless, right? If they were, so there's a new coronavirus, a MERS-based virus being studied in the Wuhan Institute of Virology right now. They just decided that they were going to move a MERS virus, which Middle Eastern Respiratory Syndrome, and this was recently uncovered, right? And they're going to move it to hybridized mice, which is mice that have human DNA in them to see how and make a virus that is specifically targeted towards interaction with human DNA with a new Middle Eastern respiratory syndrome virus that they've created in a lab. You want to have a conversation or a debate about that? Have fucking Corey Campbell on, because Corey Campbell might not be the greatest debater in a lot of areas and he might not bring a lot of clout, but that would be an amazing debate. But you can't have that as your main ticket. It's a niche thing and it's not going to bring in a lot of views. But if somebody goes to DebateCon and like they're bored of the main thing and they go and see that debate and like they're learning about microbiology, they're learning what a level 4 lab actually is, they're learning about like some other guy that's talking about the problems of like USAID and things, and you have two knowledgeable experts in this kind of like thing doing a side debate, you're gonna have a drastically better
I agree.
People that went there.
I agree. That's why. So when I was at DebateCon, other than like Andrew's flat Earth debate, Alex Stein's 2 debates, well, one with a flat earther, the other one with Jasmine Jafar, and Whit Siddit versus Brianna Wu. Those debates were good. Everything else, not as good. Honestly, it's not great. It just wasn't great.
I'm so shocked that Jasmine Jafar is like, I've seen clips of her not understanding what a distribution is. Like, I was like, I get so black-pilled when I see people like this sometimes, because I'm like, these people are so fucking like, she's in their skills.
She's really got the talking points down on that very specific issue. And she's like one of the best people to kind of debate that issue, because she really has the talking points down and she comes at it in a very specific way. And
I guess I don't get it. I don't get, like, maybe I'm an asshole and I love to burn bridges, but like most of these people, I'm just like, dude, I need better opponents. That's all I really want. I don't even know if I want a big stage. I'm not disagreeing with you.
I'm not disagreeing with you that you probably need better, opponents than Jasmine Jafar, but
I need better enemies.
Yeah. But at the same time, Jafar's, pretty, like, she does well. She made good points against Alex Stein. He was being, I think, very...
Alex Stein just memes. That's what he does.
He was just really meming. So actually, he and I, before he went in to debate her, which we knew it wasn't going to be a debate, I literally told him, I'm like, I'll give you $1 for every time you call her a degenerate in the debate. And he's like, how about $5 every time I call her a whore? And I said, done. And he called, and I owe him $65. So
that's funny.
Right?
So
I'm going to get something out of the deal. Right.
I just want to say for the record, I prefer the terms slattern. Okay. I like the term slattern. Okay. And harlot. These words need to make a comeback. Okay. Because OnlyFans whores are not really traditional whores unless they're doing escort shit. Right. And like people like, female rap artists that like rap about their pussy and shake their ass are not like traditional whores either, even though some of them are, right? Like, but slattern, right? Like women of the night, harlot. Like we need to bring back fucking old school, like Victorian era insults. All right, boys, we need to up our insult game. I'm sick and tired of recycling these overused insults against these whores, these slatterns, these creatures of the night, these night walkers, these harlots. Okay, like fucking. We need better insults. All right, we need to up our fucking vocabulary. We need to up our fucking. I forgot the word. Vernacular when speaking.
Vernacular. That's right. Yeah, increase vocabulary.
Throwing that out there.
Strumpet. Strumpet's a good one. I like strumpet.
Strumpet's fun.
Yep. I agree. So anyway, I'm going to do the best I can to have what I consider, main. I don't consider Alex Stein a mainstream debater. I don't see him every couple of days debating an issue with somebody. I see him making jokes on the internet, right? Sure, he's a personality. He's a personality. He belongs there. He belongs at DebateCon for sure. But I see you
I think
every
Alex
week.
Stone. I think Alex Stein should not be debating. I think Alex Stein should be hosting. And when I mean hosting, I mean like
I
Alex
agree.
Stein.
I agree. No,
Alex Stein, like Alex Stein introducing the topic and putting jokes in and memeing and like making fun of both of the debate opponents, like as they come onto the stage, and then like giving like a couple of like ideas about it to like get the debate started, not moderating, but just like as like a speaker that introduces people. Like it's like, you know what I mean? Like, I know some of you have heard of, you know, Rob Knorr and Cenk Uygur. This is a battle of the bulges of the, you know, I don't know if the stage can take this much weight from these two titans, you know, and then you're like, oh shit, he's making a bunch of fat jokes, right? Like, and just like whatever it is, you know, like, and doing that and hyping people up right before the debate starts.
I agree with that. I'll rate is so I think so. One of the things I want to try and do, I'm going to try and find money in the budget to have kind of an analyst. $2 comes in from Anson Knowles. Grid's channel is better than Scott's. I mean,
he just donated $2 to my channel and said Scott's channel is better than Grid's.
Yeah, he's just trying to start shit.
Listen,
you can't.
Listen, it's almost it's 11:30 at night on the East Coast, and Stacey Page
go to bed,
Fabian Liberty, before you cost me more money. I gotta fucking like de-wind and then get ready to have the kids over this weekend.
All right, man. You have a great rest of your evening, sir. I'm gonna go to bed myself. I've been trying to talk to you on Discord about the DebateCon thing, but you're very hard to nail down on Discord. So because you're
don't say that. Don't say that publicly. All right, like don't let. I'm trying to get people to join my Discord, and he's never fucking.
No, in the Discord, I think you do actually pretty well. It's in the when I message you, it's like he'll get to it whenever he gets to it.
Look, yeah. I'm super ADHD, and then a lot of times I'll have my kids over or something. And so my son is autistic, nonverbal, and he's starting to speak. But I like pick him up from ABA therapy a lot, which like this is my next week is like my last week doing that, because his stepdad is like getting a new job, so he can pick him up, and it's easier that way. But regardless, so like a lot of times I'm like out, you know, with him, or I'm doing other stuff, or like I have the kids, and then I'll read the DM, which then leaves it to where it's no longer showing up as like a Discord DM as like an unread message. And I leave people unread all the time in that regard. I'm better with Twitter DMs. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm way better with Twitter DMs because there's so much happening in Discord. I have like 7 billion notifications on Discord from all the servers and shit. It's like too much. But yeah, I'm gonna go to bed. I'm sorry. I'll try and be better about that.
It's all good, man. It's all good. I'm just giving you a little bit of crap because I can. It's been a great conversation. Really enjoyed it. You know, this I think is the second or third time that we've talked. Always a great time for me.
Myself as well. You're a good springboard.
You're you were fortunate you missed out on Prime K's, whatever last week. I ended up leaving early. I went over to another debate channel and I had to listen to this gematria guy ramble on the fuck forever and not say anything. So it was a big L. Monday night was a big L for me. Like I did not have the fun that I wanted to have. That was weird. Fabian dropped off there, but that time. But it's the software.
That was weird.
It's a software issue. I'm gonna uninstall, reinstall. I may have fucked something up. Who knows? But it's been a great conversation. We've been shouting out your channel in the chat so people know where to go to find
Appreciate
you.
It.
But go ahead and throw out the last words and let's move on.
Yeah, I'm an anarcho-capitalist. I'm a hardcore libertarian. And yeah, you can just search Fabian Liberty. I don't have a name like Grid One Motorsports that brings up 1,000 different things. If you just search Fabian Liberty, you'll find me. Despite you having a channel size that's like 5 times bigger than mine, I'm way more searchable. All right. Like,
yeah, that's because I only got an unreasonable man is what'll bring me right up.
Even still, there's a lot.
It's too much typing, right? It's just too much time.
Yeah, there you go. So, you know, I love you. I appreciate you. I love these conversations. I'm going to get some
Yeah,
food,
it's great.
get out of here and decompress. But we should do this more often. And pretty soon I'll probably be streaming a lot more regularly once I'm
You said that 3 months
not
ago.
picking up. Well, no, my schedule's opening up because I'm not picking my son up from daycare. So, or from ABA therapy, sorry.
Yeah. Man, it's always a pleasure having you. Really is, actually. And I really get a lot out of these, you know. And the interesting thing is that I've learned that if I just let you talk and I just sit here quietly, you will eventually stop talking and then I can talk and you don't interrupt me. And it's great. So, because I've noticed that other people make the mistake of trying to interrupt you and you just, no. It's very funny. I love it. It's great.
This is the worst compliment I've ever received, but I appreciate it.
But I'm just being honest, right? Like I'm just being honest.
No, you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
I'm just being honest. It's great. I love having you on the show, and we've got to have you back again way sooner than previously. And I just want everybody to have a great night. Your audience, my audience, everybody have a great night. You're all great.
All right. Well, it's the East Coast, and the night only has 26 minutes left on it, so I'm gonna leave.
Yeah, go away. Leave me alone.
All right, peace, brother. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, see you, man. Everyone, I'm out of here as well. It's been great. Really appreciate all of your generosity tonight. It was a great conversation. For those of you who are still here, I'm not redirecting or anything. Find your own way. Have a great rest of the evening. Love you all.